Chapter 1136. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram consists of 81 pieces. These 81 mystical patterns were bestowed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, exhausting the essence of chaos rule in its profound intricacies. The 27th Chaos Mystic Pattern is the last of the 18 mystical patterns within the second realm of chaos. Comprehending this pattern signifies reaching the pinnacle of the second realm in understanding the chaos rule. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan felt delighted in his heart. Originally, while observing this chaos mystic pattern, there were still many aspects he couldn't comprehend. But now, all doubts were gone. Every thread of entwined chaos chi seemed so wonderfully simple in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ancestor of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, stripping away the essence of the chaos rule and displaying it in the form of a mystical pattern. Such a method was simply astonishing. However, even with such excellent cultivation conditions throughout the endless years of the Fierce Sun ancient country, not a single 13th layer has been born. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel the pressure. In fact, since this origin world was born until now, there have been only 6 known 13th layer temporal beings, each establishing a great ancient country. Besides the very first 13th layer temporal being, the remaining 5 13th layer temporal beings consist of 3 from the ancient country established by the first and 2 from another ancient country. And the Fierce Sun ancient country? It has not produced a 13th layer except for the ancestor. Search * the novel of Ire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The heavenly venerates of the Fierce Sun ancient country, as long as they experience enough time, can generally accumulate 1 trillion credits to possess the ancestor once, even 2 or 3 times. Moreover, they will basically comprehend all 81 chaos mystic patterns. Lin Yuan mused silently. 1 trillion credits seem unattainable in a short time, but guarding a first-class treasure land for 10,000 years yields 100 credits. It's merely holding guardianship for 10 trillion years. For the heavenly venerates, 10 trillion years is not considered long. Moreover, every time there is a full-scale war between ancient countries, whenever the heavenly venerates intervene, they earn rewards of credit. Forget it. It's too early to think about these things now. Lin Yuan calmed himself. Currently, he's at the mastery realm. Considering ascending to the 13th layer will only be contemplated after achieving perfection in the chaos realm. Let's look at the 28th chaos mystic pattern. With a slight mental movement, a new pattern appeared before Lin Yuan. From the 28th onwards, the 81 chaos mystic patterns elaborate the mysteries of the third realm of chaos. 54 mystical patterns encompass the chaos third realm, demonstrating the extreme obscurity and difficulty at this level of the chaos rule. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the chaos mystic pattern, you gain insights into the chaos rule. Merely contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan felt that the essence of the chaos rule contained in this chaos mystic pattern exceeded the sum of the previous 27. Marvelous, truly beautiful. Lin Yuan carefully observed and reflected, estimating that comprehending this mystical pattern would take about 1,000 years. In other words, barring any accidents, 1,000 years later, Lin Yuan's understanding of the chaos rule would reach the third realm of chaos. Chaos void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The pinnacle of the chaos second realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I can attempt to evolve the yin-yang taiji power of chaos. Evolving one's unique power path through the chaos rule is an endeavor that only chaos void great saints can achieve. Lin Yuan's ability to attempt it now was entirely due to his profound foundation in the comprehension of rules. One must know that even in an origin world where the scope of rule comprehension far surpasses that of the chaos void, it would require a great lord to hope to evolve a chaos-exclusive power path. But Lin Yuan? He began trying from the mastery realm. In fact, if not for the intricate difficulty of evolving the yin-yang taiji power of chaos, requiring a high level of comprehension of the chaos rule, Lin Yuan could have attempted it in the path-splitting realm. Compared to the singular approaches like Chaos Flame, Chaos Shadow, and Chaos Life, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji is a new power born from the fusion of 2 entirely different paths. Within his internal universe, Lin Yuan's form emerged distinctly. Roaring. A massive amount of chaos qi gathered in front of him, resembling a chaotic ocean. Hot and cold breaths churned continuously in the depths of that ocean. With insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm, it is indeed possible to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, but at what speed? Lin Yuan sensed a bit and found that it would take at least 10 million years to evolve successfully. 10 million years? Although 10 million years is nothing to Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 12th layer, lifespan limitations are no longer a concern, it's still too long. From becoming an evolver until now, how much time has even passed? Using insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji of chaos, it's somewhat too forcing, thus requiring 10 million years. If the comprehension of the chaos rule reaches the third realm, the time for evolution would likely be significantly reduced. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. The Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, within it, is based on chaos as the foundation, the vessel. The higher the comprehension of chaos rule, the naturally shorter it will take to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. The pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm requires 10 million years to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. Should Lin Yuan's insights reach the third realm of chaos, it might only take 10,000 years. Progressing further to attain insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Third Realm? Perhaps just 1,000 to several thousand years will suffice. Take it slow. I'm not in a rush. Even if it truly takes 10 million years, I can afford to wait. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, contemplating in his heart. However, the help from Heiyu for mental willpower is indeed substantial. It's only been half a year, and my mental willpower index has increased by at least 5 million points, reaching 75 million. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder the Heiyu nest is considered a first-class treasure land. The ancestor of the fierce sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life form. What treasures haven't those great lords and heavenly venerates seen? Even so, they still scramble to compete for the position of guarding the Heiyu nest. This shows the effectiveness of Heiyu. It took me just over half a year to increase my mind willpower index by 5 million points. It must be because I just started using Heiyu. It won't take just half a year to gain such an increase again. Previously, Lin Yuan had never used Heiyu, which is why he could achieve such a significant increase. The reason Qiyang Heavenly Venerate willingly gave up the Heiyu nest is not only because he didn't want to offend Lin Yuan but also because his mind willpower issues have been mostly resolved, and Heiyu no longer has a significant effect on him. When I've accumulated extra Heiyu, I can bring it to the Chaos Void and sell it to those venerable saints. Lin Yuan thought silently. At least until now, he had never heard of any treasure in the Chaos Void that could enhance mind willpower so effectively. Previously, Lin Yuan had traveled through the Myriad Realms Gate and descended into the Boundless Void, where he slew void creatures in the Void's secret realm, which also increased mind willpower strength. But this kind of enhancement has a limit and can only increase up to 40 or 50 million points at most. Nothing compares to Heiyu, which has a significant effect on the mind willpower of those at the Heavenly Venerate level. Between Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbua Void Domain, it is a vast desolate void. The term desolate void is a general term referring to the area between two void domains. Void domains are areas rich in chaos qi, suitable for creatures to cultivate and survive. Under the nourishment of chaos qi, they more easily give rise to strong beings. The desolate void between void domains has thin chaos qi, and few strong beings reside here permanently. If one compares the chaos void to an ocean, each void domain is like an island in the ocean, while the desolate void occupies 99% of the ocean's space. Simply put, in the boundless chaos void, the desolate void occupies most of the area. At this moment, the previously lifeless desolate void suddenly emanated terrifying waves of breath. A fiery red aura continuously collided with an aura of endless dark shadow, and the aftermath spread in all directions. Natural universes nurtured by the chaos void began prematurely moving towards a great destruction. 9 Phoenix, just what will it take for you to stop? The source representing the endless dark shadow aura, which is the shadow demon great saint, spoke again. When other Chaos Realm beings break through to the Great Saint level, they are usually congratulated by other Great Saints. Yet after becoming a Great Saint, he, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, was soon after pursued by 9 Phoenix Great Saint. This pursuit has continued until now. It has made the Shadow Demon Great Saint miserable, wondering if he can continue to focus on cultivating. Stop! 9 Phoenix Great Saint sneered. If you can resurrect all my kin, I'll stop. How about that? Can you do it? That's impossible. The Shadow Demon Great Saint shook his head. 9 Phoenix Great Saint, being a naturally phenomenal life form, and most of his kin had crossed into the 12th layer, freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time. How can they be resurrected? Freeing themselves from the constraints of the river of time indeed breaks the shackles of lifespan, but at the same time, it also loses the opportunity for resurrection. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing in response, instead using the Chaos Flame, filled with boundless vitality, to strike toward the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's form became indistinct, and the Chaos Flame struck the distant desolate void. However, bang! A faint tearing sound echoed. Where the Chaos Flame had struck, a fragment of space-time appeared, seemingly revealing a corner of a great world. Wisps of Shenhuang Qi spread and coiled around. What is that? 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately noticed this scene. Rarely in sync, they stopped and observed the fragment of space-time that appeared. This fragment of space-time should be one of the entrances to a universe, originally hidden in the depths of space-time, but was revealed by my strike? 9 Phoenix Great Saint was skeptical. It's not a natural universe, but a postnatal universe. Only an absolute Great Saint, perhaps even a strong one among absolute Great Saints, could have created such a vast universe. Shadow Demon Great Saint similarly discerned much. In the Chaos Void, there are 2 types of universes. One is the natural universe, a universe nurtured by the Chaos Void. The other is a postnatal universe, created by beings at the absolute Great Saint level. A postnatal universe cannot have the indestructible qualities of a natural universe, but in terms of foundations, it surpasses the latter by far. After all, it was created by an absolute Great Saint. An absolute Great Saint can create a postnatal universe and set their own rules within it, often using it as their lair. Opportunity, this is a great opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was wildly joyous inside. A universe created by an absolute Great Saint? Especially considering the current situation, this absolute Great Saint should no longer be present, or else it could never have been struck to reveal a corner. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Star Tears, Fragment World. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, pondering over the 28th Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. With a flick of his right hand, a piece of beast skin appeared. The beast's skin floated and drifted, emitting an indefinite aura. The mysterious map on its surface faintly glimmered with light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Shenhuang Universe, Subscription Requested, The Desolate Void Between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and the Anbo Void Domain. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint rarely stopped the slaughter, carefully observing the corner of the universe's aura that had been revealed. The hatred between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was indeed relentless and unending. But this glimpse of the universe discovered now involved a peerless Great Saint. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint could not help but take it seriously. Although a peerless Great Saint is also at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the same as the Chaos Great Saint Realm, their combat power is significantly higher than the latter. Moreover, every peerless Great Saint has much exploration and understanding in impacting the 13th dimension. The peerless Great Saints search through the Chaos Void, pursuing traces of life at the 13th dimension, and have gained some insights and rewards. These rewards are undoubtedly crucial for the Chaos Great Saints and may even increase the likelihood of impacting the 13th dimension. Both Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints can impact the 13th dimension, but the latter has made far more preparations, and their chances of success are naturally higher. Unexpectedly, shortly after being promoted to the Great Saint, I discovered a universe opened by a Peerless Great Saint. A great opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's heart surged with excitement. At the stage of Chaos Realm's perfection, few things could attract him. Resources? Chaos Great Saints do not lack resources, as they have reached the pinnacle in all aspects, and having more resources does not enhance them much. The Peerless Great Saint's combat power surpasses the Chaos Great Saints not because of resources, but due to the Chaos path they have evolved on their own. Weapons? Actually, Chaos Great Saints also do not lack weapons. Unless it's weapons of the 13th dimension level, their interest is generally not significant. For any Chaos Great Saint, there is only one thing that attracts them most. That is the 13th dimension. Impacting the 13th dimension is the goal of every Chaos Great Saint. Many Chaos Great Saints have lived through long cosmic eras, and their relatives and friends have mostly died, leaving only the obsession to impact the 13th dimension. The interior of this universe already shows trends of breaking apart, otherwise, it couldn't have been blasted out a corner. Even without my attack, hundreds or thousands of cosmic eras later, this corner would still be exposed. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint also continuously observed. She could clearly perceive that this universe developed postnatally was unbelievably ancient, originating from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. After so many cosmic eras have passed, many time spaces inside this universe are near collapse and remain unrepaired, suggesting its creator likely hasn't returned. See Tich Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint drew many conclusions. Not returning to a universe you developed for such a long time? Letting its interior time and space collapse can only mean a few possibilities. 1. This Peerless Great Saint is dead. 2. This Peerless Great Saint is impacting the 13th dimension and has not succeeded yet, being trapped in a time loop. 3. This Peerless Great Saint reincarnated. Amongst the 3 possibilities, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint believes the second is closest to the truth. But no matter which one, it signifies that this Peerless Great Saint may have difficulty appearing in the world again. Even considering the 3rd reincarnation possibility, having not recovered all memories and returned to the peak for such a long time, the hope of returning to this universe is slim. For Chaos Realm's strong reincarnation means, the hope of recovery is greatest in the first life. Failing to recover in the first life means significantly fewer awakened memories in the second, and even less in the third, fourth, and so on. Even for a Peerless Great Saint, if they haven't returned to the peak in the third life, they typically can't return anymore, losing memories with each reincarnation. 9 Phoenix, you should also know the importance of this universe. The grievances between us can be set aside temporarily to join hands in exploring this universe. The Shadow Demon Great Saint glanced at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, speaking. Normally, before a Peerless Great Saint impacts the 13th dimension, they would leave everything behind. Their weapons and treasures, insights and experiences, exploration of the 13th dimension, and so on. Indeed, impacting the 13th dimension basically has only 2 possibilities. Success or being trapped in a time loop. If successful, ascending to become a time life of the 13th dimension, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind are of no importance. Even if others know, they just know. If they fail, trapped in an eternal time loop, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind have no impact, and if it helps create a 13th dimension time life, it might even rescue them from the time loop. Indeed, the time loop of a perfected 12th dimension can be interfered with by a 13th dimension life. Of course, even for a 13th dimension time life, forcibly breaking a certain time loop would come at a great cost, but it's always a glimmer of hope. And for such a perfected 12th dimension life that is rescued by external interference, it would equate to losing the opportunity to impact the 13th dimension. Join hands to explore. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint looked at the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Indeed, even if you kill me, your closest family and clan cannot be resurrected, but as long as you step into the 13th dimension, you can reverse the timeline and resurrect your deceased closest family and clan. The Shadow Demon Great Saint spoke. The revival of deceased beings in the 12th dimension is based on the river of time, using the life imprint as an anchor point for resurrection. So, when one ascends to the 12th dimension, shedding the constraints of time life, the life imprint leaps out of the river of time, losing the ability to be revived. However, for 13th dimension time life? 13th dimension time life can see many future timelines and past timelines. The resurrection means they can accomplish is to resurrect against the timeline. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Xianhuang Universe, Subscription Requested, _2 This resurrection power does not require any reliance. As long as one has existed before, they can be resurrected. Advance to the 13th realm? 9 Phoenix Great Saint fell silent. She paused the fight with Shadow Demon Great Saint due to this consideration. The universe opened by this Supreme Great Saint likely stores insights on advancing to the 13th realm. If she can acquire them, her future hope of advancing to the 13th realm might increase. As for why the Supreme Great Saint has not returned, it is basically impossible for them to advance to the 13th realm. Yet, every great saint who has perfected the Chaos realm is full of confidence, walking their own paths. Even if the Supreme Great Saint failed to reach the 13th realm, it does not mean she will fail too. All right. 9 Phoenix Great Saint weighed the pros and cons and finally made a decision. All grudges are insignificant when facing the challenge of the 13th realm. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon Great Saint sighed in relief. He was worried that 9 Phoenix Great Saint might continue to go berserk and ignore this universe. Now let's join forces to smash this section of the universe, then proceed inside. Shadow Demon Great Saint said, for what they were seeing was only part of this universe. The entire universe remained intact. To enter, they either need the method to access it or forcefully smash their way in. Yes. 9 Phoenix Great Saint nodded. Rumble. The full force combined strike of the 2 Great Saints was much stronger than 9 Phoenix's earlier attack. The terrifying chaotic power tore through space-time and hurled towards the revealed section of the universe. Buzzing. In an instant, the universe suddenly emitted infinite Xianhuang Qi, rapidly diluting the combined strike of 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Great Saint under its protection. Meanwhile, a heavy wave of space-time fluctuations spread in all directions, the strike from the 2 Great Saints reverberating like hitting an ancient bell, the terrifying sound waves expanding through the boundless space-time. Not good. Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saints' expressions changed. Their combined strike not only failed to smash this section of the universe but even failed to shake it. A postnatal universe left from eons ago holds terrifying depths, even when its internal space-time neared collapse. It easily blocked the strike of these 2 Great Saints. What was the strength of the Supreme Great Saint who originally opened this universe? Yet Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint could not think deeply about these matters, for the result of their combined strike was the emergence of terrifying space-time ripple waves. These space-time ripple waves spread toward the surrounding void domains. What's going on? These space-time fluctuations? Within each void domain, Chaos Venerables faintly sensed and looked towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. This fluctuation? Is it the fluctuation of a universe? A postnatal universe? The universe opened by a Supreme Great Saint? Inside a postnatal universe opened by a Supreme Great Saint surely lies many treasures and profound insights, possibly even realizations for advancing to the 13th realm. Great opportunity, this is a great opportunity. The eyes of each Chaos Venerable burned with passion. Advancement to the 13th realm is not merely the goal of Chaos Great Saints. Even those new to Chaos realm have this yearning. This exists within the postnatal universe opened by the Supreme Great Saint. Even if the realizations for advancing to the 13th realm are not obtained, the treasures and divine artifacts left by a supreme great saint are sufficient for Chaos Venerables to benefit endlessly. Let's go. Go over there now. Immediately, some Chaos Venerables could not hold back and moved toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Indeed, this space-time fluctuation from the postnatal universe also contains waves of great saint-level power. This means that besides that universe, there should be Chaos Great Saints. Yet, does it matter? Normally, Chaos Venerables do not wish to offend a great saint. However, faced with an irresistible opportunity, what does a Chaos Great Saint matter? A postnatal universe created by a peerless great sage. The heavy fluctuations of time and space continue to spread, also alarming some Chaos Great Saints. In the Chaos Void, each void domain would have a few Chaos Venerables, but as for a Chaos Great Saint, even dozens or hundreds of void domains might not have one. Is it the aura of the Shadow Demon and the 9 Phoenix? Those two are quite lucky, stumbling upon an undiscovered postnatal universe. A Chaos Great Saint, eyes deep and penetrating, immediately deduced the cause and effect of the situation. The grudge between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint is not a secret among the Chaos Great Saints. The battles between the two Great Saints were just a spectacle for the other Great Saints, who weren't bothered to intervene as long as it didn't affect them. In the ancient Ming Chaos continent, in the fragment world of Star Tier, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he looked at the beast's skin floating before him. This piece of beast skin was something Lin Yuan obtained from a golden box inscribed with the mark of the profound Xianhuang. According to the description by the 6-armed silhouette in the spirit of the Xianhuang's secret realm, the golden box likely passed through the hands of His Majesty Xianhuang. The treasure inside is a precious artifact of the profound Xianhuang lineage. Is it a map? Lin Yuan discovered the root of the beast skin's anomaly was the map on its surface. Has the location marked on the map emerged? Lin Yuan thought to himself, pondering that the map on the beast's skin depicted a tomb, and according to the spirit of the Xianhuang's secret realm, this tomb belonged to His Majesty Xianhuang. However, the map included areas within the mausoleum, but Lin Yuan did not know the coordinates of its location. Only when the mausoleum emerged, revealing its aura to resonate with the map, could it be known. Originally, Lin Yuan held little hope for the map. After all, who knew when His Majesty Xuanwang's tomb would emerge? Even after millions of cosmic eras passed without any sign, he assumed it would remain the same for millions more. But now? S.E.A. the Novelier. N.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The anomaly on the map of the beast's skin led Lin Yuan to speculate that His Majesty Xuanwang's tomb might have truly emerged. Specific space-time coordinates. Lin Yuan split a trace of his primordial spirit, exploring the map on the beast's skin, vaguely resonating with the mausoleum the map corresponded to. Is it there? Lin Yuan gazed in a certain direction, his eyebrows furrowing. Too far. Even with only a rough correspondence, Lin Yuan could sense the vast distance between the mausoleum and his current position. Even with Lin Yuan's current understanding of time and space, traveling with full effort and continuously void traveling, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach it. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. The galaxy. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable sent a message. Lin Yuan looked opposite, where the form of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable coagulated. Of course, what coagulated was merely the incarnation of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable, and it could only descend and coagulate with Lin Yuan's consent. A major event has occurred. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's expression was solemn as he swiftly conveyed the information he had just received. Between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbua Void Domain, a postnatal universe has appeared in the desolate void. How important is a postnatal universe? It is enough to drive the great saints to madness. Once this news spreads, it will only spread rapidly with terrifying speed. As a seasoned Chaos Realm entity, the ancient Ming Venerable knew many Venerables and naturally received this news. A postnatal universe? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though waves stirred within his heart. The location mentioned by the ancient Ming Venerable was precisely the space-time coordinates Lin Yuan sensed through the map on the beast's skin. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a postnatal universe, Lin Yuan could almost confirm that this postnatal universe was related to His Majesty Shenhuang, possibly even created by him. The mausoleum represented by the map on the beast's skin is likely within this postnatal universe. Now many venerables are rushing there, including some at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, and possibly even great saints. If it weren't for the postnatal universe being so far away, I would have gone to take a look myself. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable said with a shake of his head. It is indeed very far, Lin Yuan nodded. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbo Void Domain would require him to travel through the void continuously for hundreds of years to reach. The ancient Ming Venerable estimated it would be thousands or tens of thousands of years before he could arrive. Forget it, it's too far. Even if I rush there, the contention would probably be long over by the time I arrive. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, considering it quietly to himself. With his foundation, a postnatal universe is not something he absolutely must have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 The Teleportation of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Requesting subscription, they continued to chat for a few more sentences. Essia the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ancient Ming Venerable then got up to say goodbye. He had come specifically to inform Lin Yuan of this matter, purely for the sake of sharing information. This was something Lin Yuan had entrusted him with before. If anything major happened in the Chaos Void, remember to let him know. Ancient Ming Venerable took this matter seriously, which is why he came as soon as possible. After the ancient Ming Venerable left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. In the postnatal universe, the most valuable thing is none other than the exploration of the 13th level by Supreme Saints. This is also the key to the madness of those Chaos Great Saints. If one achieves perfection at the 12th level and attempts the 13th level, perhaps gaining just a bit more insight, in the end, they could step into the 13th level. But in Lin Yuan's mind, this was just that. In the source world, Lin Yuan could even come into contact with true time life forms of the 13th level, and even possess them, experiencing the perspective and height of the 13th level. Compared to the Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Saints of the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's conditions were simply far superior. And the commotion in that postnatal universe was so great that even ancient Ming Venerable knew about it. This basically meant it was spreading within the Chaos Realm circle, estimating that nearby great saints would flock there. With great saints taking action, Lin Yuan did not think a postnatal universe from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago could withstand for much time. Even if he rushed there now, it would be meaningless. Hundreds of years later on arrival, the entire postnatal universe would probably be turned over, not even a drop of soup left. What a pity! Lin Yuan looked at the beast's skin in front of him, the map on it flickering with light. Depending on the map on the beast's skin, if Lin Yuan could reach that postnatal universe, he'd definitely have a great advantage, even with competition from other Chaos Great Saints. In the end, he could probably obtain most of the resources left by His Majesty Shenhuang within the postnatal universe. His Majesty Zhuang's exploration and insight into the 13th level, Lin Yuan was not as eager as those Chaos Great Saints, but the numerous resources, weapons, and treasures left by a Supreme Saint at the end, Lin Yuan was still very interested in them. Chaos Great Saints had no desire for resources because their own abilities had reached extremes, and no amount of resources could enhance their strength. But Lin Yuan? He was currently in a phase of strength enhancement, with constant practice of the infinite void, second layer, his internal universe changing each day, and his desire for resources never stopped. This is why he had the idea to take the black jade from the source world through the Myriad Realms Gate and sell it at high prices to those Chaos Great Saints. The black jade, capable of enhancing the willpower of the heart, probably no Chaos Great Saint could resist, and they would go to any lengths to purchase it. Compared to plundering through slaughter, Lin Yuan still preferred to acquire resources through peaceful trade. It's just His Majesty Xian Huang. Lin Yuan looked at the beast skin map, feeling reluctant. After all, how valuable must the inheritance of a supreme saint be, and how much cultivation time could it save him? Ask the spirit of the Xian Huang's secret realm. Lin Yuan still wanted to understand more. Xian Huang's secret realm. Due to the cosmic collapse, the Xian Huang's secret realm was also affected, the originally vast secret realm world now reduced to a radius of 100 meters. Furthermore, the spirit of the secret realm had fallen into slumber. The avatar Lin Yuan left here opened its eyes and began to call upon the spirit of the secret realm. Master! The six-armed figure of the spirit of the secret realm awoke from slumber, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight confusion. With the universe now plunged into absolute silence, why was Lin Yuan waking it up at this time? Tell me about His Majesty Xian Huang. Lin Yuan immediately said. The matters regarding His Majesty? The six-armed figure blinked, cautiously asked, which aspect? Weapons and treasures. Lin Yuan said. If His Majesty Xian Huang truly fell into a time loop while attempting the 13th level, then his treasures and weapons would definitely be left in his resting palace, waiting for successors to claim. After all, external forces have almost no effect on the attempt of the 13th level. Weapons, the six-armed figure thought for a moment. Among His Majesty's many weapons, the seal of Xian Huang is the most powerful. Under a single strike, ordinary Chaos Great Saints would be annihilated, unable to resist. And then there's the armor of Xian Huang, invulnerable to all laws, imperishable amidst tribulations. Wearing this armor, even supreme saints of the same level would find it difficult to inflict the slightest harm. Lin Yuan listened quietly, becoming increasingly tempted, as His Majesty Xuanwang's main battle weapons totaled 6, each incredibly powerful. Even among supreme saints there were very few able to match them. At that time, when His Majesty was still present, those supreme saints did not dare contend with His Majesty, the six-armed figure said with a sigh. Among the supreme saints, His Majesty Xian Huang definitely belonged to the most powerful tier. While supreme saints and chaos great saints are both at the perfect state of the chaos realm. But though their realms are the same, the power to fight and kill varies in strength. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, what on earth has happened? The six-armed figure tentatively asked. The map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan briefly explained the matter. The universe developed by His Majesty has been discovered? The six-armed figure lamented. If His Majesty Xian Huang were still alive, no one could find the universe he developed. Now that the universe has been discovered and besieged by all the saints and venerables, it means that His Majesty Xian Huang indeed hasn't appeared in the chaos void for a long time. Master, the weapons and treasures left by His Majesty should all belong to you. The six-armed figure looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but say. As the spirit of the secret realm created by His Majesty Xian Huang, the six-armed figure naturally did not want to see His Majesty's weapons and treasures fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Yuan, having taken over the Xian Huang's secret realm, is considered the heir of His Majesty, the rightful successor of that postnatal universe. As for outsiders, those venerables and saints coveting it, in the eyes of the six-armed figure, they are intruders, plunderers. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Starlight fragmented world. Lin Yuan pondered, considering the many possibilities of entering that postnatal universe. In fact, there's no need for much consideration. The biggest problem blocking Lin Yuan now is how to reach the vicinity of that postnatal universe in the shortest time. If he can't get there, everything is for naught. Hard. Lin Yuan mused for a while, unable to see much hope. With the current understanding and mastery of the eightfold realm of space-time, it would take hundreds of years to reach the postnatal universe. To arrive in a short time, perhaps a qualitative breakthrough in time perception is needed, like reaching the ninth realm of space-time? But a breakthrough in time perception? It requires a lot of accumulation, and with Lin Yuan's current perception, stepping into the ninth realm, it's possible, but it would take time. This leads to a dead-end loop. Relying solely on myself, It's impossible to get there in a short time. But what if I rely on external forces? Lin Yuan shifted his thinking, silently considering. For example, in the fierce sun ancient country, wanting to travel from the capital to the edge domain, even a powerful heavenly venerate would need to perform millions of void traversals. But with the ancient country's space-time teleportation formation, it can be reached in just over 10 breaths. The space-time teleportation formation here is an external force. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan looked towards the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has branches throughout the chaos void. Every void domain has a subdivision, and the Eye of Myriad Laws can descend upon any subdivision in an instant. If the Eye of Myriad Laws is willing to help Lin Yuan, there's hope to get there in a short time. Go and ask. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then immediately formed an incarnation and descended upon the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Inside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, as soon as Lin Yuan entered, he came to the deepest space. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion awaited Lin Yuan with a smile. The last evaluation of Lin Yuan by the Eye of Myriad Laws was something he had memorized to this day. A future 13th order life form? My heavens! To be evaluated like that by the Eye of Myriad Laws, even those unparalleled great saints couldn't achieve such a thing, right? The unparalleled great saints are only a step away from the 13th order, but that step is like a chasm, almost impossible to cross. I want to see the Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan immediately said, "Please wait a moment." The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion considered briefly before immediately starting to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. If other strong individuals came, directly requesting to see the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master wouldn't bother to respond. The Eye of Myriad Laws is such an existence that you can't just meet it upon request. But Lin Yuan? The pavilion master knew exactly what to do. Before long, time and space slowly rotated, forming a whirlpool. A massive eye condensed, gazing down upon Lin Yuan. "What's the matter with me?" The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan with interest. "I want to go here." Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the space-time coordinates. What's your relationship with that young Shen Huang?" The Eye of Myriad Laws expressed surprise in its tone, staring at Lin Yuan for a moment. The young Shen Huang. Lin Yuan pondered and immediately understood that the Eye of Myriad Laws was referring to His Majesty Shen Huang. His Majesty Shen Huang is incredibly ancient. Not to mention this era, even in the time of the Moyu Tower Master, few powerful individuals were aware of him. But the Eye of Myriad Laws clearly knows His Majesty Shen Huang well, even calling him that kid. "I have inherited part of the legacy left by His Majesty Shen Huang." Lin Yuan didn't hide, he spoke directly. As an unparalleled great saint, His Majesty Shen Huang had opened 33,333 Shen Huang secret realms as his legacy grounds. No wonder. The Eye of Myriad Laws suddenly understood. That young Shen Huang is a pity. If he weren't trapped by his heart demon, there would have been a slim hope for him to become the 13th order. The Eye of Myriad Laws muttered to itself, clearly recalling something. Heart demon? Lin Yuan listened from the side. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Even the spirit of the secret realm didn't know. From the 12th order to impact the 13th, the most taboo thing is the obsession with heart demons. Because the time loop you fall into will change according to your weaknesses, your mental state must be absolutely perfect to have a chance to endure. If there is an obsession with a heart demon, the time loop will revolve according to the obsession with the heart demon, making escape almost impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws explained. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded. However, he was puzzled. Even such an unparalleled great saint as His Majesty Shen Huang had something he couldn't see through? Otherwise, how could an obsession with the heart demon form? "All right." The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, "You came to me, wanting me to teleport you to the vicinity of that postnatal universe?" "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "Quite favorably asking for assistance." The Eye of Myriad Laws showed a hint of amusement in its eyes, but I have agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Everything is ready. Subscription requested. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan. The 10,000 paths pavilion spread across each void domain, with every pavilion acting as an anchor point. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws desired, it could completely teleport Lin Yuan from the 10,000 paths pavilion on the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the one in the Ripple Cloud void domain. The Shenhuang universe was right next to the Ripple Cloud void domain. Once Lin Yuan reached this void domain, he would be very close to the Shenhuang universe. Thank you. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws did not refuse, all was well. What do I need to offer? Lin Yuan asked. He knew very well that the Eye of Myriad Laws would not help for free. Being an ancient entity that has traversed countless cosmic eras, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed in fair trade. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion adhered to this principle as its conduct guideline. SEA the Novel Fire. NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One must pay before obtaining. Off. Let me think. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. If it were another Chaos Great Saint, it would certainly demand a hefty price. Currently, the only quick way to reach the Shenhuang universe is through the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws demanded a fortune, Lin Yuan would have to acquiesce. But Lin Yuan was not like other Chaos Great Saints. In the eyes of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan holds more potential to step into the 13th stage than those peerless Great Saints. Even though the hope here remains minute. Therefore, the trade with Lin Yuan needs careful handling. If priced high, it might breed resentment in Lin Yuan's heart, becoming counterproductive. If priced low, it would not align with its principle of fair trade. Previously, when the Eye of Myriad Laws helped Lin Yuan spread numerous martial Tao paths, it wasn't just a simple offering. It required a promise from Lin Yuan. A promise in exchange for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's best efforts to spread various martial Tao paths? And this promise bore no causal bindings. It seemed like the 10,000 Paths Pavilion suffered a loss. Even a peerless Great Saint's promise wouldn't be worth the Eye of Myriad Laws doing this. But in essence, the promise sought by the Eye of Myriad Laws was a future promise from Lin Yuan after stepping into the 13th stage. A promise from a 13th stage time being? Simply put, if Lin Yuan truly becomes a 13th stage time being, the initial investment of the Eye of Myriad Laws would reap returns 10 or 100,000 times over. Thus, helping spread martial Tao paths was not a loss for the Eye of Myriad Laws, but somewhat of a gain. After all, throughout numerous cosmic eras, it was the first time the Eye of Myriad Laws encountered a being as terrifyingly potential as Lin Yuan. Just 50,000 Chaos Stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a while and spoke. 50,000 Chaos Stones? Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. If it were just straightforward traveling from the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the Shenhuang universe, 50,000 Chaos Stones would be an astronomical price. Though it would take Lin Yuan centuries to traverse the distance, ordinary Chaos Venerables might take tens of thousands or 100,000 years to arrive. Is tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel akin to 50,000 Chaos Stones? No Chaos Venerable would be willing to make such a trade. 50,000 Chaos Stones is quite a sum for a Venerable, while tens of thousands or 100,000 years in their eyes mean little. Moreover, during tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel, Chaos Venerables can undertake other activities, and nothing is hindered. But as the Shenhuang universe is emerging, more and more Venerable Saints are rushing there, at this time charging 50,000 Chaos Stones, Lin Yuan finds the Eye of Myriad Laws rather wise. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Previously, in the inheritance space left by Tualong Great Saint, there were numerous treasures, allowing Lin Yuan to accumulate quite some Chaos Stones. Let me go back and prepare. After speaking, Lin Yuan's avatar dissipated directly. Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, pondering the forthcoming journey to the Xianhuang universe. The Xianhuang universe was established by Xianhuang. According to current intelligence, it is gathering numerous chaos venerables, including chaos great saints. If Lin Yuan were to engage in the contention within the Xianhuang universe, even if possessing advantages like Xianhuang Inheritor and Beast Skin Map, his strength cannot be too weak. At least he shouldn't just dispatch an avatar. An avatar severely limits his strength exertion, with Lin Yuan's avatar reaching a combat power up to the threshold of Chaos Venerables. The true form should go, leaving a primordial spirit behind. Lin Yuan thought silently. Undoubtedly, his true form combat power is the strongest. And leaving a primordial spirit in the fragment world can also ensure the safety of the human civilization homeland as much as possible. Moreover, with a primordial spirit left, even if Lin Yuan's true form encounters incidents in the Xianhuang universe, he can recover very swiftly. As for reviving through preservation means, it consumes too much time. Lin Yuan's true form and primordial spirit share a trinity relationship. As long as one exists, the other two can rapidly coalesce even if utterly obliterated. Reviving via preservation means can't achieve rapid coalescence. Regarding weaponry, carrying 3 pieces of Chaos Realm tier secret treasures will suffice. Lin Yuan contemplated inwardly. His myriad techniques chiefly revolve around his physical form and inner universe. To crush foes with an absolute foundational advantage. Having prepared everything, Lin Yuan summoned Xianyuan Supreme and other Supremes. Galaxy, what's the matter? Xianyuan Supreme, Xiaqin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I need to send my true form out for an errand. During this period, you should pay close attention. Lin Yuan spoke. Though he would leave a primordial spirit, the combat power of a primordial spirit is naturally far inferior to the true form. In case of offense against enemies at the Great Saint tier, a mere primordial spirit might fail to hold back. Of course. How exalted are great saints? Even if human civilization wanted to offend, it wouldn't have such a privilege, hardly even coming into contact with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Everything is ready, subscription requested. _2 It's never wrong to consider things from the worst possible outcome. After all, Lin Yuan's departure in his true form really will put human civilization in a relatively vulnerable state. All right. The Xianyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme did not know why Lin Yuan left in his true form, but they did not ask further. Having chosen the Chaos Realm's secret treasure to bring along, Lin Yuan's true form quietly disappeared from the fragment world of star tiers. Outside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. It is his first time, in his true form, coming so close to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Previously, all his contact with the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was through casually created avatars. Buzz. Lin Yuan stepped into the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. In an instant, he appeared in the deepest space. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to have never left, always waiting there. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan, showing a hint of surprise. No wonder you dare to contest in the Xianhuang universe. The Eye of Myriad Laws remarked in slight astonishment. Even with a casual look, it could vaguely sense how profound Lin Yuan's foundation was, surpassing even the usual Chaos Great Saints. And this is just the Sovereign Realm. If the Sovereign Realm is already like this, what will become when you step into the Chaos Realm, reaching its perfection? Wouldn't you be an invincible Great Saint? Pondered the Eye of Myriad Laws. Originally, the Eye of Myriad Laws investing in Lin Yuan was risky, for example if Lin Yuan did not reach the 13th stage in the future. Not even an exceptional Great Saint is worth the investment from the Eye of Myriad Laws. But if he were an invincible Great Saint? Such a Great Saint could sweep over other exceptional Great Saints of the same era. Even the mighty Xianhuang of old wasn't considered an invincible Great Saint. Usually, only one invincible Great Saint might emerge during a Chaos Void era. Often, there are no invincible Great Saints at all, as the power of exceptional great saints mostly reaches a limit, none able to sweep the others. To nurture an invincible great saint? It's exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed that Lin Yuan's future would be either as a 13th stage temporal being or as an invincible great saint. A promise from an invincible great saint is not a loss to the Eye of Myriad Laws. Seems my foresight wasn't bad, thought the Eye of Myriad Laws, feeling pleased. When will the transmission occur? Lin Yuan asked. No hurry, we can begin now, the Eye of Myriad Laws replied with a smile. By the way. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to remember something, reminding, this appearance of the Xian Huang universe has attracted many great saints. Several have approached me, wanting me to send them near the Xian Huang universe. The ability and techniques of the Eye of Myriad Laws aren't considered a secret among great saints, as many Chaos great saints, being too far away to reach the Xian Huang universe, would seek help from the Eye of Myriad Laws. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. When he headed there in his true form, he was prepared for the worst and had anticipated these scenarios. Do not resist now. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan, the surrounding fluctuations of space-time subtly growing intense. Qinglan Void Domain. Within one Chaos Continent's 10,000 paths pavilion, a figure coalesced, striding in. The figure was tall, exuding an aura of wild archaic essence, appearing instantly within the deepest space of the 10,000 paths pavilion. Greetings, wild barbarian great saint. The pavilion master of this 10,000 paths pavilion had been waiting for a while, bowing slightly to the tall figure out of respect. I seek the Eye of Myriad Laws. The wild barbarian great saint stated. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 paths pavilion immediately began to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. Before long, space-time slowly began to rotate, a giant eyeball formed, looking down at the wild barbarian great saint. Wild barbarian, what do you want with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke calmly, without a hint of fluctuation. I want to go to this space-time coordinate location. The wild barbarian great saint dove straight to the point. You also wish to go to that Xian Huang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at the wild barbarian great saint. Indeed, I once read in the records of a broken ruin about this unparalleled great saint, and the postnatal universe he developed is quite valuable, said the wild barbarian great saint. Originally, he wanted to keep this matter hidden without disclosing the information about that postnatal universe, but the Eye of Myriad Laws directly revealed the name of the postnatal universe. So the wild barbarian great saint did not continue to conceal it. No problem. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. However, you know I always prefer fair trade. Okay, tell me. The wild barbarian great saint nodded. 10 billion chaos stones, or 10 great saint-level weapon treasures. The Eye of Myriad Laws named the price. 10 billion chaos stones? The wild barbarian great saint's eye twitched. Even though he had prepared himself to be fleeced by the Eye of Myriad Laws before he came, he still felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the offer. 10 billion chaos stones? Even for a chaos great saint, 10 billion chaos stones is a massive amount, and as for 10 pieces of great saint-level weapon treasures, even more so. The distance between Qinglan Void Domain and that Shenhuang universe is only a few decades worth of traveling effort for the wild barbarian great saint. If it weren't for the fear of running out of time, he would have gone there himself. But now, just for one teleportation, he has to pay 10 billion chaos stones? If you're unwilling, then forget it. The Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said, Willing, I'm definitely willing. The wild barbarian great saint took a deep breath and looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. But can it be a bit cheaper? I don't have that many chaos stones on me right now. Then how much do you have? The Eye of Myriad Laws directly asked. 3 billion chaos stones, 2 great saint weapons. The wild barbarian great saint said, Those 2 great saint weapons cannot be given to you, otherwise my combat power will decrease, and even if I reach the Shenhuang universe, I won't be able to obtain anything valuable. 3 billion chaos stones, it's too little. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. He was unwilling to fleece Lin Yuan, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fleece these Chaos Great Saints. Eventually, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint and the Eye of Myriad Laws reached an agreement, exchanging 3 billion Chaos Stones and 30% of his gains from the Shenhuang universe for the opportunity to be teleported near the Shenhuang universe. You do nothing and get 30% of the gains? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint felt rather helpless. You can also choose to pay 10 billion Chaos Stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws said. See Tichnell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then forget it. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint shook his head. Although he was certain of the great value of the Shenhuang universe, he couldn't ensure that his 30% gains from it would exceed 7 billion Chaos Stones. The primary goal of the Wild Barbarian Great Saint was also His Majesty Zhuang's exploration and understanding of the 13th stage. In a mysterious place within the Chaos Void, a Chaos Great Saint with 2 horns on his head appeared before an ancient, modeled altar. Great Altar Spirit, I wish to travel to this spatial coordinate in the shortest time possible. The 2-horned Great Saint spoke. Buzz, the ancient, mottled altar slightly trembled, and a voice rang in the 2-horned Great Saint's ear. I want 60% of your gains from this journey. 60% of the gains? The 2-horned Great Saint fell silent, handing over 60% of the spoils he risked battling with other Great Saints to the altar. The 2-horned Great Saint understood the altar's capabilities and methods. Once 60% of the gains were set, it would not change. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't. Then tell me, to which unparalleled Great Saint does this postnatal universe belong? The 2-horned Great Saint was unwilling to make a wasted trip only to end up working for the altar, so he wanted to first understand the origins of that postnatal universe. If it only belonged to an ordinary unparalleled Great Saint, then there was no need to pay such a price to go there. In battling other Great Saints, he too would incur losses, and he didn't want his 40% share of the gains to not even cover those losses. That universe is called the Shenhuang universe, left behind by the Shenhuang Great Saint. The Shenhuang Great Saint was one of the unparalleled Great Saints closest to becoming an invincible Great Saint in that era. A voice from the ancient, mottled altar resounded in the 2-horned Great Saint's ears. An unparalleled Great Saint closest to an invincible Great Saint? The 2-horned Great Saint's expression changed slightly, as invincible Great Saints only existed in legend. To become an invincible Great Saint, one must first sweep through all unparalleled Great Saints of one's time, and be universally acknowledged by all unparalleled Great Saints of that time. But achieving this requires terrifying strength. It's not just about defeating a certain unparalleled Great Saint to gain that recognition. Then 60% of the gains it is. The 2-horned Great Saint agreed. An unparalleled Great Saint approaching the level of an invincible Great Saint, traveling to the postnatal universe he developed was worth paying such a price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 Great Saints, please subscribe. Ripple Cloud Void Domain. Wanchuan Chaos Continent, 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The neighboring void domains have been quite unsettled lately, several deputy pavilion masters whispered among themselves. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion spread across various void domains, but only the pavilion master could be directly appointed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. As for the deputy pavilion masters, most of the daily affairs of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion were managed by them, while the Pavilion Master dealt with uncertain paths of evolution and communication with the Eye of Myriad Laws. Indeed, many venerables have been passing through nearby, one of the Deputy Pavilion Masters remarked with a sigh. The Wanchuan Chaos Continent was opened by the Wanchuan Venerable, but usually, aside from the Wanchuan Venerable, it was rare to see another Chaos Venerable in millions or tens of millions of years. However, recently, Chaos Venerables have been arriving from other surrounding void domains. It's said that the postnatal universe was opened by an extraordinary being, which is why so many Venerables are attracted to it. The deputy pavilion masters chatted, armed with extensive intelligence thanks to the backing of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If not for the gathering of so many venerables, I would have liked to take a look myself. Another venerable spoke, tone slightly curious. As deputy masters of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, they were merely beings of the mastery realm and dared not approach the vicinity of the Shenhuang universe. The area was swarming with venerables, and beings of the mastery realm were too fragile in comparison. It's not just the venerables heading there. At this moment, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion spoke. He had been listening to the deputy pavilion master's discussions and finally spoke. Not just the venerables? Pavilion master, what do you mean by that? The hearts of the deputy pavilion masters trembled. In contrast to the deputy pavilion masters, the pavilion master directly received orders from the Eye of Myriad Laws, with access to more intelligence. Several great saints have already headed there, the pavilion master revealed. Great saints have gone over? The deputy pavilion masters swallowed hard. Typically, a void domain might host a few venerables, but a great saint? Even hundreds or thousands of void domains might not produce a single great saint. Why don't you believe? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters, about to speak further. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He then immediately got up and disappeared from sight. What happened to the pavilion master? The deputy pavilion masters looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Deep spaces within the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Space-time rotated slowly, and a stable space-time passage formed. A young man emerged from it. Immediately, a huge eye took shape, gazing down at the young man. Galaxy, you have arrived. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion stood respectfully at the side, cautiously observing the young man who had stepped out of the space-time passage. The fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws personally greeted him meant he was at least at the level of a great saint. In other words, was this young man before him a Chaos Great Saint? And judging by the Eye of Myriad Laws' attitude, it seemed this young man was no ordinary Chaos Great Saint. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As he stepped out of the space-time passage, he felt the distance between himself and his primordial spirit left in the star-tier fragment world expanding significantly. Then I won't see you off. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan and then quickly dissipated. Master! The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "This way is the exit." For an esteemed guest personally welcomed by the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master dared not show any negligence. The Eye of Myriad Laws not seeing Lin Yuan out didn't mean he could disregard him. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In reality, with his mastery of space-time, he could forcibly break free of this space, but there was no need for that. Since the Eye of Myriad Laws had just brought him over, it was polite to be a bit more courteous. Very soon, Lin Yuan reached the exit of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. This should be the Wanchuan Chaos Continent? Lin Yuan asked casually. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion nodded immediately. Once Lin Yuan's figure disappeared beyond the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the pavilion master finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Which great saint is this? Galaxy? I've never heard of him. The pavilion master's thoughts expanded. But he didn't overthink it. The chaos void is vast and boundless. Within certain void domains, chaos great saints are exceptionally rare, but overall, there are still some chaos great saints. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion wasn't even a venerable. It was perfectly normal for him not to recognize this great saint. Pavilion master. When the pavilion master returned, the deputy pavilion masters looked over full of curiosity. The sudden disappearance and now reappearance with a lingering change in expression left the deputy pavilion masters quite intrigued. Where did I leave off? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters. You just mentioned that some great saints have also headed this way, one of the deputy pavilion masters promptly replied. Indeed. The pavilion master nodded and didn't continue the conversation. He had just personally greeted a great saint, But this matter was a secret of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't advised him, he wouldn't dare let it slip outside. Ripple Cloud Void Domain? Lin Yuan took a step forward, leaving the Wanchuan Chaos Continent and arriving in the Chaos Void. The Xianhuang universe is in that direction. Even without specific space-time coordinates, upon reaching the Ripple Cloud Void Domain, Lin Yuan was able to sense the change in the beast skin map, the light it emitted becoming increasingly intense. If Lin Yuan hadn't suppressed it in time, it would likely have directly resonated with the Xianhuang universe. At least more than 30 Chaos Venerables are gathered there, Lin Yuan observed from afar. With his space-time insight, the aura of the Chaos Venerables couldn't be concealed from him. There are also Chaos Great Saints? Is it the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan continued to perceive, his expression becoming peculiar. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable mentioned the Xianhuang universe to him but did not mention these 2 great saints. This is not surprising, as ordinary Chaos Venerables can at most sense the aura of a postnatal universe. Recognizing the presence of Chaos Great Saints or identifying them is not something they might achieve. I didn't expect to have such fate with these 2 great saints. Lin Yuan's gaze was astonished. His hometown universe was destroyed due to the battle between these 2 great saints, and now with the emergence of the Xianhuang universe, he encounters these 2 great saints again? However, at that time, compared to the 2 great saints, Lin Yuan was akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. The aftermath of their battle left him struggling. And now? Lin Yuan dared not say how much he surpassed them, but at least he was not weaker than these 2 great saints. Perhaps the Xianhuang universe is emerging also because of these 2 great saints? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, besides Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix, 2 more great saints have arrived. His space-time insight had reached the 8th realm, a domain belonging to the great saint tier. Thus he could detect the aura of great saints. A moment later, Lin Yuan entered the desolate void and saw the edge of the Xianhuang universe. Through this fragment of the universe, Lin Yuan could vaguely perceive the vastness and inscrutability of the entire Xianhuang universe. No wonder everyone is waiting outside. It turns out they're waiting for the outer space-time of the Xianhuang universe to collapse on its own. Lin Yuan thought deeply. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Xianhuang universe had endured too many ages. Although far surpassing the natural universes nurtured by the Chaos Void in size and scale, it did not possess the indelible or rebirth characteristics. Without its master's restoration and with the erosion of time, the space-time of the Xianhuang universe was slowly collapsing. This time, the active emergence of the Xianhuang universe on the surface was due to the influence of the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints, but in reality, it was inevitable. Once the space-time collapses to a certain extent, it will reveal itself even without external forces. Of course, the death of a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Xianhuang universe was gradually collapsing, it could not be broken and entered by a few great saints joining forces. The Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint had tried to force entry together and not only failed but also caused spatial fluctuations to spread, attracting numerous venerables and great saints. In at most 2 years, the outer space-time will completely collapse, and by then one can enter. Lin Yuan observed and concluded, trying to force entry before the collapse? It's as difficult as ascending to heaven and might even trigger the Xianhuang universe's origin source backlash. This is also why the Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately stopped after striking once together. I shall wait as well. Lin Yuan casually hid in a certain layer of space-time, dividing his mind to sense the Xianhuang universe's space-time collapse while focusing the rest of his energy on cultivation and comprehending the Tao. During the wait, no strong individuals would make a move either. Those who had achieved the Chaos Realm were cautious. They wouldn't strike without benefit, especially when the door to the Xianhuang universe hadn't opened yet, thus refraining from fighting each other. Lin Yuan was no different. His time was precious. Every additional moment spent in cultivation improved his power and attack strategies. Damn. The shadow demon Great Saint blended into the space-time, coldly watching the continuously arriving Chaos Venerables and the two other Chaos Great Saints besides him and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. I discovered this postnatal universe first. The shadow demon Great Saint was extremely unwilling. If he had known attacking the exposed fragment of the universe would lead to such a great reaction, he wouldn't have done so. But now it was too late to regret. The matter of the Xianhuang universe's emergence was completely leaked out. It's utterly uncontrollable. The shadow demon Great Saint wasn't worried about the Chaos Venerables rushing to pick up cheap gains. He was concerned about the Chaos Great Saints of the same level. As time passed, more Chaos Great Saints would come. Shadow Demon. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint focused most of his attention on the Shadow Demon Great Saint. This time, if able to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Phoenix Great Saints' primary target would be the exploration insights left by the 13th tier founder of this postnatal universe. Secondly, to make the Shadow Demon Great Saint pay a sufficiently tragic price. As time slowly passed, 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, 5 more Chaos Great Saints arrived successively. In reality, it's rare for even one Chaos Great Saint to appear among thousands of void domains. This time, within just a few years of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, 9 Chaos Great Saints gathered, most of whom used special means to come, paying a substantial price. Rumble. 2 years passed. An edge of the Xianhuang universe had already collapsed to a certain extent. Lin Yuan also temporarily ceased his cultivation, observing from afar. As the outer edge of the Xianhuang universe completely collapsed, the aura inside began to flow out, and Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. For the beast skin map he held once again underwent a change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Winning Over, Request for Subscription. The map, is it extending? Within the internal universe, Lin Yuan descended in his avatar, observing the changes in the beast skin map before him. As the inner aura of the Xianhuang universe gradually dissipated, the map on the surface of the beast skin was visibly extending rapidly. The map originally occupied only 1/5 of the beast skin. Now it was expanding 1/4, 1/3, eventually half of the beast skin's surface was covered by the map. In addition to the mausoleum, many other areas have appeared, Lin Yuan carefully observed, and many regions had descriptions introduced. For example, a place called Futu Tower, a location for body refining, where any being approaching the area would be shrouded by the Futu power. Even those as powerful as a great saint would be trapped momentarily. There is also a place called the 9 Realms Pavilion, which connects to 9 small worlds separately opened by the Xianhuang, imprisoning some wonderlife forms nurtured by the Chaos Void. For the Zunwang's daily research. With this map in hand, once I enter the Xianhuang universe, I will definitely gain many advantages. Lin Yuan smiled, while other powerhouses, even those Chaos Great Saints, would be clueless once inside, not knowing where to head. To be precise, they are unaware of the value of those regions' positions. Rushing in recklessly, it is very likely to mistakenly enter places like 9 Realms Pavilion or Futu Tower. The 9 Realms Pavilion connects to 9 small worlds. If a Chaos Great Saint mistakenly enters, it may take a lot of effort to get out. Futu Tower is even more so, as the Futu power is no weaker than the chaotic evolution forces, specifically used by the profound Xianhuang for body refining. The Great Saint would surely find it unbearable once trapped. And as the Xianhuang universe initially opens, every moment is extremely precious. Being trapped for a while? By the time they come out, many precious resources may have already been taken. Step by step they fall behind. Later Great Saints can only watch helplessly. Once I enter, follow this route. Lin Yuan, according to the map, devised his route upon entering the Xianhuang universe. The places these routes pass through contain many treasures, oddities, and weapons, maximized by Lin Yuan for profit. To prevent himself from randomly appearing at some position in the universe, Lin Yuan directly formulated more than 10 routes, covering almost every contingency. Ultimately, I must head to the mausoleum, where it's likely the Xianhuang has stored the most precious treasures. Lin Yuan looked at the center region of the map, which was also the initially exposed mausoleum. Yet, during this opening of the Xianhuang universe, not a single master of the Xianhuang's secret realm has come? Lin Yuan glanced outside, thinking to himself. Every being that masters and refines the Xianhuang's secret realm generates a slight mutual response among themselves. Refining the Xianhuang's secret realm is tantamount to being a disciple of the Xianhuang, belonging to the profound Xianhuang line, naturally allowing them to identify each other. Indeed, with so many cosmic eras having passed, even if there were still masters of the secret realm, they may not be aware of the Xianhuang universe's emergence, and even if they knew, they might not make it here on time. Lin Yuan thought internally. He was aware this universe was the Xianhuang universe due to the beast skin with the engraved map, which resonated with each other. Without this beast skin, Lin Yuan could not determine that the newly emerged postnatal universe was the Xianhuang universe. If the distance was too far, and the cost too great to come over, it would likely not be worth meddling in this situation. Moreover, becoming the master of the Xianhuang's secret realm isn't an easy task. Lin Yuan achieved it due to his extraordinary comprehension. But for other beings within different universes? It's exceedingly difficult. With 33,333 Xianhuang's secret realms, how many have been mastered is another question altogether. In the outside world, as time and space collapsed on the outer edge of a corner of the Xianhuang universe, revealing a hint of its inner aura, the many powerhouses who had been waiting for a long time felt a thrill. Lin Yuan's true body was also watching intently. It should be a few more days. Lin Yuan thought internally. This corner's space-time collapse had stirred a temporal storm within the universe. To wait until it is enterable, many more days are likely required. Most of Lin Yuan's attention was focused on a corner of the Xianhuang universe when he suddenly noticed a presence approaching swiftly. Divine Wind Venerable? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of the other, a well-known Peak Chaos Venerable. Besides the Divine Wind Venerable, there were two other Peak Chaos Venerables following behind. Your Excellency, don't be alarmed, we mean no harm. Divine Wind Venerable immediately transmitted his voice, stopping not far away without approaching further. What do you seek? Lin Yuan asked, looking at them. Your Excellency must have noticed the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe? Its creator was undoubtedly an extraordinary great saint. Divine Wind Venerable said, however, the majority of treasures and rarities within this postnatal universe are destined to fall into the hands of the 9 great saints. Divine Wind Venerable glanced at the 9 figures closest to the secret realm. Sir, the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Initially, the auras of the Chaos Great Saints were somewhat restrained, but now, as they were about to enter the Xianhuang universe, the 9 Chaos Great Saints no longer hid, instead freely releasing their terrifying auras. We Chaos Venerables can only follow behind the Great Saints and scrape for what little we can. Even so, we must still guard against other Venerables. Divine Wind Venerable sighed. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, remained silent. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, competition was necessary, and among the Chaos Venerables, competition was equally required. In fact, the level of competition among Venerables far exceeds that of the Great Saints. After all, there are only 9 Great Saints who will surely claim the majority of resources and treasures within the Xianhuang universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, Winning Over, Request for Subscription, _2 but Chaos Venerables? Currently, there are already over 100. With 100 Chaos Venerables fighting over the soup discarded by the Great Saints, one can only imagine how fierce the struggle will be. What do you want to say? Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable. I want to invite you to join us. Divine Wind Venerable said, we Chaos Venerables need to join forces to have an advantage in our struggle against other Venerables. Rest assured, we already have 12 Chaos Venerables, including 4 Peak Venerables. If you join us, you will surely gain something from this venture. Divine Wind Venerable continued, of course, after you join, all gains from exploring this postnatal universe will be managed by me and distributed after the exploration is complete. Trust me, only in this way can we maximize our gains, which is beneficial for you and has no disadvantages. Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable, shook his head and said, hand over all the gains to you for distribution? Although it was impossible for him to choose to join, Lin Yuan was still a bit helpless. Were they treating him as a free hired hand? Who knows how Divine Wind Venerable would distribute? I'm not interested. Lin Yuan said directly. Not interested? Divine Wind Venerable was slightly taken aback. Before coming, he had already met with other Venerables, and they all agreed with his view. With over 100 Chaos Venerables gathered, if some Venerables could unite, they would indeed have a great advantage. Even among Chaos Venerables, the gap is not that large, far less than the chasm between Great Saints and Venerables. At this time, numerical superiority was very important. Consider it again. Divine Wind Venerable continued. I said not interested. Lin Yuan frowned. All right, the choice is yours. Divine Wind Venerable was silent for a while and did not continue to persuade him, but let me remind you, going solo will put you at a disadvantage. After speaking, Divine Wind Venerable turned and left. Divine Wind, you were actually rejected? A Peak Venerable next to Divine Wind Venerable sneered. Which void domain is this Venerable from? Haven't they even heard of your reputation, Divine Wind? Regardless of his background with a great enemy before us, he doesn't think of joining forces but instead plans to go solo? How short-sighted. Divine Wind Venerable shook his head and in an icy tone said, once this postnatal universe is fully opened and many Venerables rush in, he will know what a mistake it was to reject me. Indeed, does he really think of himself as a great saint? Another Peak Venerable also spoke, feeling that Lin Yuan would regret it sooner or later. Being personally invited by Peak Venerables, what an honor. Lin Yuan refused without even considering it? If it weren't for the imminent opening of the Xianhuang universe and the presence of too many nearby Venerables, the 2 Peak Venerables would have planned to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. Let's go, invite the next one. Divine Wind Venerable continued to fly forward. With every Venerable they invited to join, their strength would increase, giving them a greater advantage in the upcoming struggle. In the depths of many layers of space-time, the dual origin Great Saint, with dual horns, gazed into one corner of the universe. The Altar Spirit said this postnatal universe was created by the Xianhuang Great Saint, and the Xianhuang Great Saint, is the Great Saint closest to becoming invincible Great Saint? The dual origin Great Saint thought to himself, and it was precisely because of this information that he was willing to endure the cost of being fleeced by the Altar Spirit to force his way here. To earn such an evaluation from the Altar Spirit, the strength of the Xianhuang Great Saint must be terrifying, likely surpassing all other unparalleled Great Saints of that era. The postnatal universe he left behind is worth my full effort to compete for. The dual origin Great Saint's eyes shimmered with anticipation. The existence of the Altar Spirit is similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, both related to 13th Order time life. The dual origin Great Saint also happened to enter the space of the Altar Spirit by chance. Without sufficient luck, even a peerless Great Saint could not contact the Altar Spirit. The ones to watch out for this time are Wild Barbarian, Tianlu, and Blacklight, but as for the other 5, the dual origin Great Saint cast a glance at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and 5 other Great Saints. There was no excessive attention given. Among the 9 Great Saints present, there were clearly 3 tiers. The first tier was the dual origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and Blacklight Great Saint. These 3 Great Saints were the strongest, especially the dual origin Great Saint, whose path had a great chance of becoming a peerless Great Saint. For a Chaos Great Saint to become a peerless Great Saint mainly depended on the path they chose. If the path was unsuitable, a Chaos Great Saint was destined never to become a peerless Great Saint. In essence, regarding the 13th step, the gap between a Chaos Great Saint and a peerless Great Saint was not that large, mainly because the exploration and understanding of the 13th step by a peerless Great Saint were undoubtedly superior to those of a Chaos Great Saint. The second tier was Tianlu Great Saint and 2 other Chaos Great Saints. And the third tier was Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and 3 other newly minted Chaos Great Saints. What brings the dual origin guy here? The towering wild barbarian Great Saint glanced at the dual origin Great Saint, feeling a slight headache. Thousands of years ago, he had heard that the dual origin Great Saint was exploring a site far away from here, so distant that even a Chaos Great Saint would take millions of years to get here. I arrived through the Eye of Myriad Laws within a short time, so how did dual origin manage it? Was it also the Eye of Myriad Laws? The wild barbarian Great Saint pondered to himself, having crossed paths with the dual origin Great Saint multiple times. The other's strength was indeed terrifying, and even he could only manage to maintain a standoff. He even felt that the dual origin Great Saint had not used all his trump cards then. No matter, whoever dares to block me this time, I'll just crush them. The wild barbarian Great Saint's aura surged, tearing apart the surrounding spacetime. To arrive here, he paid 3 billion Chaos Stones to the Eye of Myriad Laws. If he couldn't recoup this cost, he would suffer a heavy loss. The wild barbarian Great Saint couldn't accept such an outcome. As a Chaos Great Saint, and one who was good at offense among the Chaos Great Saints, when had he ever suffered such a loss? In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Blacklight. Tianlu Great Saint silently observed his surroundings, clearly aware of his tier level. But in the fight for treasures, it's not just about strength, Tianlu Great Saint thought to himself. Each Chaos Great Saint, according to their evolved Chaos Power Path, has different specialties. Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Blacklight were notably adept at offense. But Tianlu Great Saint excelled at survival. As long as I seize the opportunity and get the treasures, even Dual Origin and the others won't be able to deal with me. Tianlu Great Saint had no intention of going head-to-head with the 3 Great Saints. That would clearly be a case of using his weakness against others' strength. However, this postnatal universe actually managed to attract Dual Origin over. Tianlu Great Saint's thoughts spread as he roughly gauged the position of Dual Origin Great Saint, incredibly far from here, currently exploring an ancient site. Yet even so, the Dual Origin Great Saint still rushed over. Clearly, the Dual Origin Great Saint paid a huge price. Abandoning the site he was exploring and paying a high price to arrive here could only mean one thing. That is, the creator of this postnatal universe was extraordinary, or there was something inside that the Dual Origin Great Saint desperately needed. 9 Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan was also observing the 9 Chaos Great Saints. CTH novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Dual Origin Great Saint? Lin Yuan looked distantly at the horn-headed Great Saint. The chaotic path evolved by the Dual Origin Great Saint was the fusion of 2 forces, although not as perfect as Lin Yuan's fusion of Taiyin Tain, and able to form a new power like Taiji, but it was not to be underestimated. It's known that an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, even if wanting to evolve 2 chaotic paths, can't achieve full fusion, demanding a lot from the Great Saint themselves. However, once the fusion succeeds, the increase in combat power would be unprecedented. Lin Yuan's evolution into Taiyin Taiyang Taiji, finally forming the chaotic Taiji Dao, could presumably reach the level of a peerless Great Saint directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145. The Explosive Lin Yuan, Seeking Subscription, Chaos Chi drifted. The 9 Chaos Great Saints patiently waited for the time-space storm to settle within the Shenhuang universe. With the Chaos Great Saints unmoving, the surrounding Chaos Venerables naturally dared not approach. More than 100 Chaos Venerables gathered here, and even if they combined forces, they could not perfectly merge their powers to threaten any single Chaos Great Saint. In the Source World, using the war machines containing Chaos secret patterns, the Great Lord might pose a threat to the Heavenly Venerate. But in the Chaos Void? There is no such statement. Rumble. At a certain moment, the corner of the Xianhuang universe that was revealed fell into complete tranquility, with the outer time-space disappearing, revealing an entrance to the universe's interior. We can go in now. Black Light Great Saint's eyes were filled with endless darkness as he stepped forward, causing darkness to spread and cover. The area shrouded in darkness became utterly silent. Even the Chaos Chi ceased to exist. Sir the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The path of chaos power evolved by Black Light Great Saint is called Chaos Darkness. The Chaos Darkness here is incredibly pure, akin to an enhanced version of the Chaos Shadow mastered by the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Black Light domain is an extension of Black Light Great Saint's own power. Ordinary venerables shrouded by this domain find it difficult to break free and are basically suppressed. Rest assured, Black Light Great Saint won't specifically suppress you. His adversaries are the other 8 Great Saints. The surrounding Chaos Venerables shuddered inwardly. Some Venerables, with cunning thoughts, had intended to sneak in at the moment the time-space storm subsided. But under the shroud of Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain, that possibility was virtually severed. In the distance, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, who was about to be the first to rush into the Xianhuang universe, was similarly enveloped by the Black Light domain, suddenly sensing that the surrounding time-space was like amber, firmly suppressing him. The Black Light domain can hardly completely bind a Chaos Great Saint, but suppressing and restraining is simple, at least for now. The Shadow Demon Great Saint noticed a significant drop in his speed, unable to use time-space traversal means to enter the Xianhuang universe and could only fly in slowly. I'll go in first then. A smile appeared on Black Light Great Saint's face. Under the shroud of the Black Light domain, other Great Saints couldn't traverse time-space, but he could. So he could completely be the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. Don't underestimate being the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. In the universe developed and left behind by such a peerless Great Saint, entering even half a minute earlier gives a significant lead. Let alone being the first to enter? Buzz. Suddenly, 2 streams of blue-gray aura rapidly spread, intersecting and colliding with the Black Light domain, and time-space began to shatter heavily. What is this? Black Light Great Saint's expression changed. Under the shock of the blue-gray aura, he too was unable to perform time-space traversal. The prerequisite for time-space traversal is relative stability of time-space, but now the time-space is utterly chaotic. Forcing traversal at this time means indiscriminate traversal, and there's a significant chance of being driven away from the Xianhuang universe. Realizing this, Black Light Great Saint immediately ceased his intention to traverse time-space. Forced traversal right now might get him into the Xianhuang universe first, but it might also send him elsewhere. Even if not far from here, by the time he rushes back, it's estimated that the other 8 Great Saints would have already gone in, and even part of the Chaos Venerables might have entered. If not traversing time-space, Black Light Great Saint could at least ensure he would be among the top 3 to enter the Xianhuang universe. Black Light, you want to go in first? Did you ask me? The Dual Origin Great Saint, with his 2-horned head, sneered as his horns, 1 blue and 1 gray, continuously vibrated with the power of time-space, centered around them rapidly spreading. He too was bound by the Black Light domain, unable to perform time-space traversal. But though the Dual Origin Great Saint couldn't traverse himself, he had ways to prevent Black Light from traversing. Black Light, if you have the ability, try traversing now? Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately laughed aloud. Although he was confident in not being inferior to Black Light Great Saint, the latter's methods were more numerous than his. Without the Dual Origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint would have likely watched helplessly as Black Light Great Saint became the first to enter the Shenhuang universe. Now it's just right. Black Light and Dual Origin mutually restrained each other, causing everyone to be unable to perform time-space traversal, which is naturally most beneficial for him, Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Black Light Great Saint. Within the endless darkness, Lin Yuan was also among them, similarly feeling the pressure. Regarding time-space attainments, he wasn't superior to the Chaos Great Saints present, so he couldn't perform time-space traversal either. To enter the Shenhuang universe, he could only fly in. The Chaos Great Saints have all evolved their own power paths from chaos, mastering numerous mystical methods, in which am indeed inferior. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Along the path of growth, Lin Yuan's most adept at comprehending rules, but compared to the Chaos Great Saints, it didn't provide much advantage. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Black Light Great Saint sneered and showed no intention of retracting the Black Light domain. Although the Dual Origin Great Saint disrupted time-space with his own power, preventing himself from performing time-space traversal, with the enhancement of the Black Light domain, he would still fly a bit faster than the other Great Saints even if flying slowly. Swoosh! Black Light Great Saint transformed into a pure darkness and fled towards the Shenhuang universe. Black Light, did you forget about me? Wild Barbarian Great Saint laughed aloud, clenched his big hand, and struck toward the direction where Black Light Great Saint was fleeing. Immediately, time-space once again shattered violently, and Black Light Great Saint had no choice but to stop, turning to look at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint striding over. This is bad. Black Light Great Saint frowned. I was too eager, showing the ability to be the first to enter the Shenhuang universe, only to become the target of both Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian. At this moment, Black Light Great Saint also realized the key issue. In terms of strength, he wasn't much stronger than Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin, but the Black Light domain was very suitable for such treasure-grabbing situations. In this scenario, the equally matched Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin would instinctively join forces, even without prior discussions, to jointly deal with him. Since that's the case, no one should think about going in. Black Light Great Saint gritted his teeth, fully activating the Black Light domain, even abandoning its enhancement on himself, to suppress the Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin Great Saints. The three Great Saints attacked each other, with terrifying aftershocks spreading out in all directions. I can't squeeze in at all. Tian Lu Great Saint was at the back, trying to bypass the three Great Saints, Black Light, Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian, and enter the Shenhuang universe first. But he found that not only couldn't he get in first, he couldn't even get close. The closer he got to the space-time where the three Great Saints were, the greater the constraining pressure he felt. Tian Lu Great Saint even had the feeling that if he forcibly went in, he might face a joint attack from the three Great Saints. The three Great Saints, Black Light, Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian, were counterbalancing each other, but if any other Great Saint dared to fish in troubled waters, they would surely face an attack from the three saints ahead. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to be the first one in. Tian Lu Great Saint pondered for a while and finally gave up. With his survival abilities, none of the three, Black Light, Dual Origin, or Wild Barbarian, could do anything to him alone. But if the three of them joined forces, even a single blow might seriously injure him. At the crucial time of entering the Shenhuang universe, if he were seriously injured, not only would he lose the qualification to compete with the three Great Saints ahead, but even the newly emerged Great Saints behind might be able to ride on top of him. This is the power of a Great Saint. Among many Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable was quite emotional. In the struggle of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they as Chaos Venerables couldn't intervene at all. Only after the 9 Chaos Great Saints entered could they dare to go in. That's why there were more than 100 Venerables gathered on the field, yet none had the slightest intention of competing with the Great Saints. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. If it weren't for the fact that those 9 Great Saints looked down on them and were balancing each other, just one could probably clear out all the Venerables. Everyone stay close. Divine Wind Venerables sent a voice message to the more than 10 other venerables around. They certainly didn't dare to enter the Shenhuang universe before the great saints or even enter together with them. But after all the great saints entered the Shenhuang universe, who follows closely behind becomes very important. The power of the black light domain enveloped them, and even after black light great saint entered the Shenhuang universe, it wouldn't dissipate immediately, making it impossible for the venerables to traverse space and time. Therefore, once the great saints entered the Shenhuang universe, whoever was nearest to the entrance could enter first. But this staying close must be measured, not too close, or they'll fall behind the other venerables, nor too close, lest they provoke a great saint to strike, ending in disaster. Even a Chaos Realm peak venerable couldn't withstand a casual blow from a great saint. This black light domain. Lin Yuan was also flying towards the entrance of the Shenhuang universe, also feeling the suppression of the black light domain. Flying slowly, I will surely be among the last few to enter the Shenhuang universe. Lin Yuan frowned. Although he had the map inside the Shenhuang universe, it was certainly best to enter first. With the dual origin great saint shaking space-time, even without the black light domain, I can't perform space-time traversal. Lin Yuan looked towards dual origin great saint, who was already very close to the entrance of the Shenhuang universe. Chaos evolution power? Truly difficult to deal with. Lin Yuan rarely felt this kind of all-encompassing suppression, his aura subtly brewing, no choice but to go head-on. Boom! Lin Yuan seemed to transform into an eternal fierce sun. The space-time attributes within 10,000, 100,000, a million light-years were all distorted. Under the illumination of the fierce sun's brilliance, everything turned into his domain. The black light domain of black light great saint and the blue-gray power of dual origin great saint quickly retreated under the pervasive glow of the fierce sun. At least in the space-time surrounding Lin Yuan, these two forces were swiftly expelled. Space-time regained stability. Lin Yuan tore with his right hand, ripping the void before him, then stepped inside. In an instant he appeared ahead of black light, dual origin, and wild barbarian great saints. The three great saints, who were balancing each other in battle, showed astonished expressions, looking at Lin Yuan, who was about to rip the void again and step into the Shenhuang universe. P.S. It's the end of the month, the monthly tickets will expire if not cast begging for monthly tickets. The last 3 lines are free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146. One Palm Strike, Seeking Subscription. The internal cosmos fused with the fierce sun's origin source, combining 2 13th-step methods into one. Lin Yuan once again performed the physical body divine ability. World, there was no longer any sort of restriction. No mention of duration. As long as the origin source was sufficient, it could be maintained indefinitely. To some extent, Lin Yuan's divine ability world was no longer just a mere divine ability. Instead, it fused infinite void, fierce sun creation, and others, forming a brand new method. Hiding a great saint? A great saint not inferior to us? The black light great saint, dual origin great saint, and wild barbarian great saint immediately ceased their conflict, turning their focus on Lin Yuan. Among them, while engaging each other, they were also mindful of their surroundings. Having reached such a level in cultivation, they naturally didn't want to let other bystanders benefit. Rumble. The dual origin great saint acted first, spreading azure gray power, forcibly penetrating the cosmos coverage of Lin Yuan's external cosmos, disrupting spacetime. Lin Yuan had already torn open a space-time passage leading to the interior of the Shenhuang universe. 1 foot was already inside, but he then withdrew. The black light great saint was unwilling to risk forcing his way through, as it could result in his being the last to enter the Shenhuang universe. Lin Yuan didn't want this either. He held a map of the interior of the Shenhuang universe, ensuring that merely being among the first to enter would grant rewards far surpassing those of other great saints. You capitalized on our fight to take advantage. Quite a clever scheme indeed. The Black Light Great Saint also activated the Black Light Domain, previously coalesced 99% of its power on the dual origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, allowing Lin Yuan to easily repel it with his external cosmos. Now the Black Light Great Saint collected himself, the Black Light Domain returned full force, continuously colliding with Lin Yuan's external cosmos, the edges of the space-time turning to dust. Your powers are indeed formidable, I dare not claim to be your opponent. Lin Yuan turned and smiled to the three great saints. That is why I acted thusly, I hope for your understanding. Not an opponent? The wild barbarian great saint's eyes briefly shimmered with murderous intent. Besides anything else, Lin Yuan effortlessly bypassing the regions occupied by them and reaching the spot closest to the Shenhuang universe demonstrated his strength was no less than theirs. Not an opponent? If the dual origin great saint hadn't reacted in time, Lin Yuan might indeed have been the first to slip into the Shenhuang universe. Even so, Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the dual origin great saint's azure gray power and the black light great saint's black light domain undeniably showcased his strength. How was he possibly not a match for them? Just who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The dual origin great saint squinted slightly. From Lin Yuan's outburst until now, though brief, they've clashed countless times. But what perplexed the dual origin great saint was the unfamiliarity with Lin Yuan. Within the realm of Chaos Venerables, due to vast distances between their respective void domains, not knowing each other might occur. But a Chaos Great Saint? The emergence of a Chaos Great Saint would swiftly send their name across the Chaos Void. Many Venerables from the various void domains would know. Take the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Although newly ascended Great Saints, the dual origin Great Saint had heard of them long ago. Besides, Lin Yuan's prowess outmatched that of new Great Saints like the Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, not inferior to them in the slightest. Such a formidable Great Saint, their fame and power trajectory should have already spread throughout the Chaos Void. A 10th Great Saint? Another hidden Great Saint? Who is this Great Saint who dared to mingle in the dual origin Great Saint strife yet showed no signs of falling behind? The Chaos Venerables watching from afar felt alarmed. The encounters among the 4 Great Saints, with any random aftermath capable of severely injuring or annihilating a multitude of Venerables. The dual origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, each renowned far and wide. How has this newly appeared Great Saint never been seen before? Could it be a Great Saint from the endlessly ancient times? Among many Chaos Venerables, speculation arose. The fame of a Great Saint transcends space, yet is gradually forgotten over the long epochs. See Ditch Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even the most peerless Great Saints, if disappearing for too lengthy a time, 10,000 cosmic eras? 1,000,000 cosmic eras? 10 million cosmic eras? They will similarly be forgotten, the trace of existence gradually eroding. For instance, the former Shenhuang, toppling all challengers in their era, other peerless Great Saints avoided their sharpness. Now few know of Shenhuang, largely limited to special beings like the Eye of Myriad Laws and Alter Spirit. A Great Saint from endless ages ago? It appears this postnatal universe is quite extraordinary to attract such a formidable being. Those Chaos Venerables watched remotely as the postnatal universe's visible corner emerged, beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints possessing infinite lifespans and finding it difficult to die unless self-destructing. Yet most Chaos Great Saints ultimately choose to pursue the 13th step, as living too long bears little significance to a Great Saint. Only by becoming 13th step can one attain ultimate freedom. The chaos evolution prowess of the dual origin Great Saint can undermine space-time foundations, yet this newly emerged Great Saint manages to withstand such destructive power. So strong. Not just the dual origin Great Saint, the Black Light Great Saint's Black Light domain also oppresses the opponent, facing both the Black Light Great Saint and the dual origin Great Saint together, while still sustaining no signs of decline. The Tianlu Great Saint and several others similarly observed covertly. They had long discarded any thoughts of entering the Shenhuang universe ahead, dual origin Great Saint and the others were no easy adversaries, yet Lin Yuan's forceful intervention and displayed power truly startled them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147 Palm Strike sends flying, seeking subscriptions? Underscore 2 How could this newly emerged Great Saint have a slight causal connection with me? Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint wondered in their hearts. As Chaos Great Saints, even without doing anything, their influence spreads across various void domains. This is especially true for newly ascended Chaos Realm Masters like Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint who have reached consummation. Countless beings have causal connections with them. In contrast, those peerless Great Saints who have been in the Chaos Realm for countless ages almost never strike recklessly, making their causal relationships more straightforward. Yet, even though the cause and effect of newly ascended Chaos Great Saints are complex and intricate, forming a connection with a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's caliber still caused Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint to remain unsure and skeptical. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is that person a Great Saint? Or could he be a Great Saint who can rival dual origin Great Saint and others? Compared to the surrounding astonished Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable and a few other Venerables were filled with extreme panic. Other Venerables, when facing a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's power, were at most frightened, but they had previously interacted with Lin Yuan. In fact, when Lin Yuan refused their invitation, Divine Wind Venerable had vaguely threatened him. Divine Wind, what should we do now? The 2 Chaos Venerables following Divine Wind Venerable immediately communicated telepathically. While Chaos Venerables can protect themselves in front of a Great Saint, unless there is no other choice, they would never dare to offend a Chaos Great Saint. Especially not a formidable Great Saint like Lin Yuan who can directly contend with dual origin Great Saint. Even if Chaos Venerables have means to preserve their lives, if a Great Saint genuinely decides to target a Venerable, it wouldn't take personal action. Just spreading the word would be enough to make the Chaos Venerable hide forever in darkness, never daring to show their face again. Don't panic, let's retreat for now. Divine Wind Venerable was inwardly very anxious, but couldn't show it. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. While many Chaos Venerables were discussing, near the Shenhuang Universe entrance area, Lin Yuan's collision with the 3 Great Saints, including dual origin Great Saint, was becoming increasingly intense. Since Lin Yuan was closest to the Shenhuang Universe entrance, he naturally became the target of dual origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Rumble. The terrifying power clashes caused many aspects of space-time to vanish completely. Lin Yuan felt an invisible penetrating force, passing through the external universe he controlled, falling on his Chaos Realm defensive artifact, then penetrating his physical form, finally dissipated by the internal universe. Currently, the internal universe within Lin Yuan far exceeds that of a normal Chaos Great Saint in scale. The terrifying foundation greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities. Even if the external force was horrifying, once it penetrated his body, it would be diluted by the internal universe, leaving not much behind. What exactly is this power? Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint felt slightly uncomfortable, their attacks penetrating into Lin Yuan's being, while Lin Yuan's external universe and power of fierce sun-heaven creation simultaneously affected them greatly. The omnipresent universe's suppressive force, along with the radiance of the fierce sun, gave Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint a headache, especially the latter, as the vast power of fierce sun seemed to begin twisting and transforming the 2 Great Saints' exclusive chaos evolved power. You 3 are really slippery. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was most furious. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, or Blacklight, they were all using their mastery over space-time, whether controlling it, distorting it, or destroying it. But what about Wild Barbarian Great Saint? His methods were much more straightforward. and among the three, felt that he couldn't exert his strength effectively. At this rate, I should be able to enter the Xianhuang universe first. As Lin Yuan and the other three great saints fought, they were all moving towards the Xianhuang universe entrance. Even though Lin Yuan was being targeted by Black Light Great Saint and others, as long as he held them off, he was sure to enter the Xianhuang universe first. Black Light, this newly emerged great saint, might be an ancient undying from countless ages ago. That's why we haven't heard of him. Dual Origin Great Saint looked coldly and secretly communicated to Black Light Great Saint. Although we are all vying for treasures within this postnatal universe, but you and I are great saints of similar eras, we must not let this ancient undying snatch the most precious treasures. What do you mean? Black Light Great Saint's heart stirred. You and I joined forces. We absolutely can't let him enter the universe first. Dual Origin Great Saint said. Although they were already working together to target Lin Yuan, they kept colliding with each other. What Dual Origin Great Saint meant by joining forces was to completely stop their previous collisions and fully deal with Lin Yuan. Go on. Black Light Great Saint transmitted. I have a killer move, definitely able to hold him back, but the premise is no interference. Dual Origin Great Saint replied. You mean you want me to handle him and not strike at you? Black Light Great Saint glanced at Dual Origin Great Saint, after pondering for a moment. No problem. According to the current situation, unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will definitely be the first to enter the universe. As for the second to enter, it is likely between him and Dual Origin. Meaning, Black Light Great Saint would enter the universe second or third. And according to Dual Origin Great Saint's intention, given the time and opportunity, he would thoroughly delay Lin Yuan, making him or Dual Origin the first to enter the universe. Whereas Black Light Great Saint would guarantee entering the universe second. Compared to being guaranteed third entry, Dual Origin Great Saint's proposal obviously aligns more with Black Light Great Saint's own interests. Then he'll start preparing. Dual Origin Great Saint immediately closed his eyes. The surrounding space-time suddenly filled with blue and gray hues. Whoosh! The black light domain suddenly expanded, trying to envelop Lin Yuan, but was blocked by the external universe. Dual Origin Great Saint Lin Yuan, at the forefront, seemed to sense something and glanced backward. He could feel that Dual Origin Great Saint had stopped striking him, yet the chaotic space-time around the Chaos Great Saint made it hard to discern what was happening temporarily. A short while later, just as Lin Yuan was incredibly close to the Xianhuang universe entrance, buzz! An inexplicable aura quickly approached. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He glanced behind him. At this point, the space-time around Dual Origin Great Saint clarified again. Lin Yuan noticed the two blue-gray horns on Dual Origin Great Saint's head, felt his mind and will being attacked, and began to fall. Not good. Lin Yuan immediately realized something was wrong, the internal universe's power rapidly spreading throughout his body, instantly dispelling the effect. You all conceded. At this moment, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a ray of blue-gray light, bypassing Lin Yuan at an inconceivable speed, and surged into the Xianhuang universe first. Lin Yuan looked towards Black Light Great Saint, immediately deducing that the two great saints must have fully teamed up, otherwise, during the chaotic time around Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint had full ability to intervene and interrupt. That Dual Origin, didn't he say he could delay? Black Light Great Saint's face was displeased. Dual Origin Great Saint indeed held up Lin Yuan, but for how long? In such a brief moment, Dual Origin Great Saint was the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. And what about himself? Rumble. Lin Yuan, looking at Black Light Great Saint, unleashed a powerful wave of suppressive force and power of fierce sun from the external universe, enveloping Black Light Great Saint completely. Black Light Great Saint's complexion changed slightly, immediately activating the black light domain to resist. However, the suppressive force of space-time and the shining light of the fierce sun were clearly superior, making it evidently challenging for Black Light Great Saint. This ancient undying, was he not exerting his full strength just now? Black Light Great Saint frowned, feeling the pressure as he faced Lin Yuan alone. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, delivering a fierce strike toward Black Light Great Saint. The blow felt like heaven and earth collapsing. Black Light Great Saint immediately felt an incomparable impact penetrating his whole being, with the Black Light domain protecting him like an iron ball. Then under this impact, Black Light Great Saint along with the Black Light domain was sent flying far away. Wild Barbarian Great Saint at the farthest back rejoiced at this sight. With Lin Yuan's strike, Black Light Great Saint immediately fell behind him. Swoosh! After striking Black Light Great Saint away, Lin Yuan didn't even look, directly stepping into the Shenhuang universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, Influence Diffusion, Subscription Requested, Haha, Blacklight, Going in 2. Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared instantly before the entrance of the Shenhuang universe, then strode inside. Search * the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's slap forced the Blacklight domain of Blacklight Great Saint to retract, unable to suppress time and space any longer, allowing Wild Barbarian Great Saint to teleport to the entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Tian Lu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and the following 6 Great Saints entered the Shenhuang universe one after another. Black Light Great Saint was dizzy from Lin Yuan's slap, giving the last 6 Great Saints a chance to enter the Shenhuang universe ahead. Originally, these Great Saints were destined to enter the Shenhuang universe after the 5th position, but Black Light Great Saint being slapped away collectively boosted their entry by 1 rank. The many Chaos Venerables spectating from afar were immediately tempted. Now losing the suppression of time and space, even the weakest Chaos Venerable could teleport to the entrance then go in. The conflicts among Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and the other 4 Great Saints made them realize the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe. Then, before any Chaos Venerable could take action, swish, swish, an incomparably dark aura spread madly in all directions. Black Light Great Saint came to his senses, his invisible Black Light domain began to spread wildly. Damn! Black Light Great Saint felt extremely aggrieved. Dual Origin tricked me. Black Light Great Saint finally understood. Dual Origin Great Saint had no means to hold Lin Yuan for long, or even if there were, he wouldn't use them. As long as Dual Origin Great Saint could enter first, it was fine. As for Black Light Great Saint, entering later, Dual Origin Great Saint might have one less competitor. Boom! Black Light Great Saint almost simultaneously appeared beside the entrance to the Shenhuang universe. As for the many Chaos Venerables who were originally eager, they suddenly became very obedient, not approaching unless Black Light Great Saint went in. Earlier, when Black Light Great Saint was slapped away, some Chaos Venerables had red eyes, but on second thought, even if they entered the Shenhuang universe first, what could they achieve? Tian Lu Great Saint and other 6 Great Saints had dared to enter first because they, too, were Great Saints, having at least the confidence to save their lives against Black Light Great Saint. But these Chaos Venerables? Facing an enraged Black Light Great Saint? What could they do to resist? If they entered the Shenhuang universe one step earlier and provoked Black Light Great Saint to chase them in anger, who could survive leaving this universe? After cooling down, all the Venerables naturally knew what to do. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Before entering the Shenhuang universe, Black Light Great Saint felt regret. If he hadn't cooperated with Dual Origin Great Saint, he could have entered as the 3rd, vying for the 2nd. And now? He's the 10th to enter the universe. If he hadn't come to his senses last, a few Venerables might have entered the universe before him. I hope it's not too late. This postnatal universe was left by Shenhuang Great Saint from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. Black Light Great Saint's figure disappeared, entering the universe. Like Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint knew some details about this universe, aware of how strong Shenhuang Great Saint was back then. A supreme Great Saint who, single-handedly, established an empire across tens of thousands of void domains, if not for an unexpected incident causing Xianhuang Great Saint to mysteriously disappear midway. In future cosmic eras, Xianhuang Great Saint could very likely have become the legendary Invincible Great Saint. To become an Invincible Great Saint not only requires sweeping strength over other Supreme Great Saints but also time to prove oneself, making other Supreme Great Saints admit defeat. And that requires long years. Yet Xianhuang Great Saint, at his peak, suddenly disappeared, causing him not to be acknowledged by all Supreme Great Saints of that era. After Black Light Great Saint entered the Xianhuang universe, a large number of Chaos Venerables instantly became excited, quickly teleporting into the Xianhuang universe. However, still quite a few Chaos Venerables did not act, refraining from rushing into the Xianhuang universe. This postnatal universe is indeed extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary, what does it have to do with us? 10 Great Saints have entered, along with so many peak Venerables. No matter how many treasures there are, they will be divided up. Going in, not only won't we get treasures, we might even die. Many Chaos Venerables were very clear. Lin Yuan and the 4 Great Saints, including Black Light Great Saint, made many Chaos Venerables realize the reality. A significant number of Venerables, although aware of the Great Saint's power, had seen confrontations among Great Saints, but had never encountered conflict like that among Black Light, Dual Origin, and the other 4 Great Saints. Usually, Great Saints rarely clash, especially the strong ones. Lin Yuan, Black Light, and the other 4 Great Saints' conflict made some Venerables deeply aware of their own weakness. If it were just ordinary Great Saints, going in might offer a chance to fish in troubled waters, but against such formidable Great Saints? How could they fish in troubled waters? Not to mention many peak Venerables have also entered. Even though I won't go in, witnessing a confrontation among Great Saints of this level has been worthwhile. Indeed, we've seen images of battles between Great Saints in the past, but images can never compare to the impact of witnessing the real scene. That last Great Saint that appeared, make sure you remember him. If you encounter him in the future, under no circumstances should you provoke him. Many Chaos Venerables felt quite relieved. After abandoning the quest to enter the Xianhuang universe, they naturally felt no pressure. That's right, I have already passed on the footage of the recent battle to many of my friends, so they can be cautious as well. A Chaos Venerable spoke up. This is the reason the reputation of the Chaos Great Saint will inevitably spread throughout various void domains. As long as they take action once and are noticed by other Chaos Venerables, the news will be spread widely. Someone like Lin Yuan, who possesses the mighty strength of a Great Saint, yet has no related information or intelligence available, is rare. He can only be categorized as a Great Saint from ancient times, with all the beings who knew his intelligence perishing in the distant past. Further away, in a twisted space-time, several colossal consciousnesses were watching from afar. These vast consciousnesses faintly manifested in different forms. There was a giant eye, an ancient and mottled altar, and a long knife broken into 2 pieces. This person has not evolved a path of chaos power, yet his strength can rival that of a chaos realm perfection. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The soul of the ancient and mottled altar spirit emitted waves, expressing amazement. They are all special existences, not regarded as normal life forms, means left by 13th layer beings, birthed with intelligence. Through countless cosmic eras, they have witnessed untold numbers of Chaos Great Saints and legendary Great Saints. But it is the first time seeing someone like Lin Yuan. It's not that Lin Yuan's strength is exceptionally powerful, but that a life form who has not even mastered Chaos evolutionary power can fight evenly with those perfected in the Chaos realm. The higher one's level of insight, the more one can perceive the difficulty in this. Why can those perfected in the Chaos realm stand far above Venerables? Essentially, both exist in the Chaos realm, but the former has evolved its own path power from Chaos. This is a qualitative change. It's also the prerequisite for impacting the 13th layer. I can feel his foundation is incredibly terrifying. Could he have obtained some 13th layer inheritance? The broken long knife also emitted soul waves. 13th layer inheritance? For 12th layer beings, it's something one may never come across, even many Chaos Great Saints and legendary Great Saints haven't heard of it. But in the eyes of these special existences, a 13th layer inheritance is no secret. Some even know the locations of certain 13th layer inheritances. Many ancient and mighty 13th layer beings, when in the mood, will leave their inheritances intentionally. It's just that these inheritances involve certain 13th layer temporal lifeforms. Even if they know, these special beings dare not leak it to the outside. You must know, 13th layer beings can see through the past and future. Almost no secret can be hidden from them. Once they know their inheritance has been leaked and obtained by others taking advantage of it, even if these beings are the handiwork of some 13th layer life form, they won't meet a good end. At the very least, their current consciousness will be erased. Even if he obtained a 13th layer inheritance, to practice and reach such a level is also very difficult. The ancient modeled altar spirit said, although a 13th layer inheritance indeed has extremely defined effects, to master it, it's equally difficult, and some 13th layer inheritances might not even be acquirable at all, entirely belonging to the creator's theoretical speculation. No matter what, it's estimated that in the not-too-distant future, this chaos void will have another invincible great saint. The broken long knife spoke. Upon hearing this, the other consciousnesses did not voice any objection. With the current strength Lin Yuan has demonstrated, once he evolves chaos-exclusive powers, becoming a legendary great saint is inevitable, and further refining that 13th layer inheritance to a certain height, he will assuredly become an invincible great saint. How long has it been since a new invincible great saint appeared in my chaos void? Who was the last invincible great saint? Wasn't it Mou? The ancient modeled altar spirit casually said. Unlike the other consciousnesses involved in the conversation, the Eye of Myriad Laws, which presented as a giant eye, did not say much. This galaxy, his strength is much stronger than I imagined. The Eye of Myriad Laws was secretly astonished, for he knew Lin Yuan better than the other special existences. As time passed, the battle outside the Shenhuang universe quickly spread across various void domains. Especially the contest among Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, Blacklight, and Wild Barbarian, four great saints, which made many Chaos Venerables tremble with fear. It was evident that the strength of these four great saints surpasses the other 6 great saints by a considerable margin. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming Venerable also received combat footage from outside the Shenhuang universe. So that's a Chaos Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable was quite emotional. Were 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint there too? The ancient Ming Venerable immediately recognized these 2 great saints. Not long ago, because of the battle between these 2 great saints, the Chaos Continent where he resided was forced to relocate here. The strength of these 4 great saints. The ancient Ming Venerable was trembling internally upon seeing the 4 great saints contest, though he quickly noticed something amiss. Why does that last great saint look so much like Galaxy? The ancient Ming Venerable was shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149 The Land of Treasures. Subscribe. Shenhuang Universe. Lin Yuan entered second, as if traversing a long corridor of time and space, finally arriving beneath a silent and empty starry sky. Is this within the universe? Lin Yuan looked around in all directions, his vast perception quickly spreading. The oppression of rules is intense. With insights at the 8-fold realm of space-time, it's challenging to traverse the void extensively here. In the external chaos void, a chaos great saint could traverse the void easily, crossing even 1% or 1/10 of a void domain. However, within this Shenhuang universe, one could at most traverse millions of light years, a drastic difference from before. No wonder this universe was established by the unparalleled great saint. Lin Yuan gazed in awe. The more he sensed, the more terrifying this universe appeared. even with rules operating autonomously, it could suppress a chaos great saint. In terms of size, this postnatal universe, who knows how many times larger it is than those naturally born universes from the chaos void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, he could easily devastate a naturally born universe, causing it to break prematurely, but this Shenhuang universe remains out of reach. Even after enduring ages, the space-time within the universe gradually enters collapse. It is imaginable that in its peak, even an unparalleled great saint would not dare to enter lightly. However, this Shenhuang universe was painstakingly established by an unparalleled great saint like His Majesty Shenhuang, with immense dedication. And a naturally born universe? They are casually nurtured by the chaos void, incomparable directly. My current position is here. After arrival, Lin Yuan observed the surroundings while also comparing the areas on the beast's skin map, finally pinpointing his location. Following this direction yields the greatest rewards. Lin Yuan selected a predetermined route, with the final destination being His Majesty Xuanwang's mausoleum, passing through numerous areas along the way, each containing many treasures and wonders. Other strong figures entering the Shenhuang universe, even those chaos great saints, could only subconsciously move towards the universe's center. As for gains along the way, it all depends on luck. But with Lin Yuan's prior planning, he ensured maximum gains without wasting time. So even if nothing were found in the mausoleum, the trip wouldn't be in vain. Let's go! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, reappearing tens of millions of light years away. Before Lin Yuan could proceed to another traverse, roar! A terrifying roar echoed, as a massive octopus-shaped being emerged from the depths of space-time, with hundreds of tentacles sweeping towards Lin Yuan. The regions passed by the tentacles saw rapid annihilation of space-time. Is this a Shenhuang beast? Lin Yuan was amazed, immediately recognizing the identity of the creature. During his past ventures in the Shenhuang secret realm, such beings were ubiquitous. Sarthanel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In fact, the Shenhuang beast is not truly a creature, though immensely powerful, borrowing the powers of the surrounding world, their intelligence is quite low. The profound Shenhuang defines Shenhuang beasts merely as vessels nurturing Shenhuang crystals. In the cultivation of profound Shenhuang disciples, Shenhuang crystals are essential, such as in Lin Yuan's cultivation of Shenhuang physique, requiring abundant Shenhuang crystals. The strength of this Shenhuang beast is formidable, nearly reaching the chaos realm threshold. Lin Yuan assessed the opponent, concluding internally. The Shenhuang beasts in the Shenhuang secret realm had a strength cap at the 9-stage million-layer realm, but here, they're exponentially stronger, nearing the chaos realm threshold. However, it's normal. Shenhuang beasts can leverage the surrounding world's power, and this Shenhuang universe's origin source is potent. Even amidst collapsing space-time, the boost to strength is formidable. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. A dead camel is bigger than a horse, let alone the fact that the Shenhuang universe far exceeds a camel in complexity compared to the Shenhuang secret realm. Crackling sounds echoed. Lin Yuan, observing the octopus-shaped Shenhuang beast attacking wildly towards him, slightly stirred his mind, and the world divine skill operated silently. Under the unseen force of the universe, the Shenhuang beast, nearing chaos realm threshold, instantly turned to dust. The intelligence of Shenhuang beasts is inherently low, and approaching the chaos realm threshold pertains to combat prowess, not essentially making them chaos venerables. Had it been a normal chaos venerable, upon seeing Lin Yuan, they would have fled without hesitation. Even if escape was hopeless, they wouldn't charge fearlessly like this Shenhuang beast. This is just the most straightforward distinction. Compared to chaos venerables, Shenhuang beasts' attacks are overly simplistic, repeating just a few moves, making them manageable once patterns are identified. Of course, here manageable is based on Lin Yuan's absolute crushing strength. If it were a regular chaos venerable, even a pinnacle chaos venerable, encountering such fearless Shenhuang beasts initially would be quite troubling. The octopus-shaped Shenhuang beast's body collapsed, revealing a massive Xianhuang crystal measuring several thousand meters. This Xianhuang crystal? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. It was his first time seeing such a large Xianhuang crystal, surpassing the sum of all Xianhuang crystals nurtured by Xianhuang beasts in the Xianhuang secret realm. Now the Xianhuang physique at the Chaos Realm level has hope. Lin Yuan was content. The Xianhuang physique, a body refining method created by His Majesty Xianhuang, in its cultivation, demands vast resources. Here, the resources are not specified types. Any resource can become essential for Xianhuang physique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, Treasure Land Everywhere, Seeking Subscription, _2 Secondly, there's the Xianhuang crystal. The Xianhuang secret realm is half integrated with the universe's time and space, exchanging chaos qi with the outside, able to continuously nurture new Xianhuang crystals. But the earlier than expected great collapse of the home universe came too soon. Normally, the time within a complete cosmic era would be enough for the Xianhuang secret realm to nurture Xianhuang crystals sufficient for Lin Yuan to refine to the Chaos Realm level of Xianhuang physique. Even if not achieving Chaos Realm perfection, one could still wait for the next cosmic era, the era after that, and slowly accumulate. For a being at the Chaos Realm level, waiting 10 cosmic eras, 100 cosmic eras isn't a difficult task. Due to the premature great collapse of the home universe, Lin Yuan lost the stable source of acquiring Xianhuang crystals. After refining the Xianhuang physique to Dominator realm perfection, this method of body refinement stagnated, not because resources couldn't keep up, but because Xianhuang crystals couldn't keep up. If I could face thousands more of these Xianhuang beasts, I'd probably be able to refine the Xianhuang physique to the Chaos Realm level. Lin Yuan stored the kilometer-sized Xianhuang crystal, estimating inwardly. His Boda starting point is too high. Even just refining the Xianhuang physique to Dominator realm perfection means his physical strength rivals the normal Chaos Great Saints. Once he pushes the Xianhuang physique to the Chaos Realm level, his bodily strength will likely reach the peak level of the Chaos Great Saints. If the Xianhuang physique is refined to Chaos Realm perfection, mere physical strength alone could suppress peerless great saints. Thousands? Lin Yuan gazed toward the four directions of the starry sky, not feeling that it's too many. The Xianhuang universe is vast, and its nurturing of Xianhuang beasts definitely far exceeds tens of thousands. There are quite a few venerables entering the universe this time. Eventually, I can exchange for the Xianhuang crystals they have. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He can encounter Xianhuang beasts, and other Chaos Realm individuals will likely encounter them as well. The Xianhuang beasts cannot leave the world they are in, and upon death, their physical bodies and souls will collapse, leaving only the Xianhuang crystals. Moreover, Xianhuang crystals only hold significant value for the strong members of the profound Xianhuang. If they fall into the hands of other creatures, at most, they would equate to chaos stones of equal size. Lin Yuan only needs to offer a bit of premium in exchange, and those Chaos Realm venerables would surely scramble to get in line. Next. Every time Lin Yuan traverses, he keeps an eye out to see if there are any Xianhuang beasts nearby. If there are, he eliminates them conveniently and takes the Xianhuang crystal. If not, he doesn't force it and traverses with full effort along the planned route. It's not that Xianhuang crystals aren't valuable. Concerning Lin Yuan's body refinement strength, Xianhuang crystals are naturally important. But so far, Xianhuang crystals are only effective for him, so even if Lin Yuan doesn't specifically seek them out, other Chaos Venerables won't focus all their energy on Xianhuang beasts. Defeating a single Xianhuang beast at the Chaos Realm threshold isn't easy for Chaos Realm Peak Venerables. It involves an arduous battle, resulting only in acquiring tens of thousands of Chaos Stones or hundreds of thousands. To those outside the profound Xianhuang lineage, Xianhuang crystals are equivalent to the same amount of Chaos Stones. It's here. Lin Yuan descended in front of a pale green planet, observing it meticulously. This pale green planet doesn't emit the slightest breath, appearing no different from the lifeless planets within the Xianhuang universe. Yet on the beast skin map, this pale green planet is marked as the life origin star, the place where life divine stones are nurtured. The life divine stone is a cosmic treasure from the chaos void. A palm-sized life divine stone contains enough life source power to heal a gravely injured chaos great saint in a short period. Even if suffering some irreversible harm, as long as the life source power within the life divine stone isn't exhausted, one won't die. Because of this, life divine stones have always been highly prized yet not available for sale within the chaos void, considered the top tier of life-saving items, eagerly sought by chaos great saints. Life divine stones are peculiar treasures fallen from the Sea of Life, and the Sea of Life, like the light pools, are mysterious places within the chaos void, normally inaccessible. Theoretically, only the Sea of Life can drop life divine stones, and their numbers are extremely rare, but that's only theory. Lin Yuan looked at the pale green planet not far away. Why would peerless great saints expend effort to create a postnatal universe? Precisely because the postnatal universe created by peerless great saints allows them to set their own rules. For instance, this life origin star was nurtured by His Majesty Xianhuang to mimic the Sea of Life, capable of evolving life divine stones. Of course, the life origin star guided and nurtured by His Majesty Xianhuang falls far short of the true Sea of Life, and its efficiency in birthing life divine stones isn't as high as the Sea of Life. But over tens of millions of cosmic eras, even if the life origin star's efficiency in nurturing life divine stones is low, with no one having taken them away for such a long time, quite a few life divine stones must have accumulated? Let's go see. Lin Yuan split off an avatar to enter the life origin star. Even though the beast skin map's introduction to the life origin star is that it's not dangerous, Lin Yuan was reluctant to enter personally. Who knows what changes might have occurred inside the life origin star over such a long period. Inside the life origin star, Lin Yuan's avatar quickly descended, heading straight to the core. Here, life energy converged at the core, spreading like mist around, and Lin Yuan thought to himself that in this environment, no matter how grave an injury, rapid recovery seemed assured. What's that? Lin Yuan gazed towards the deepest point, noticing a green crystal nearly 3 meters in size, quietly floating in the ocean of life energy, from which all-pervasive mist originated. A life divine stone? A life divine stone nearly 3 meters in size? Lin Yuan was stunned. A palm-sized life divine stone could rapidly heal a chaos great saint at the brink of death, and now this life divine stone is nearly 3 meters? Equivalent to tens of thousands of palm-sized life divine stones? Capable of saving tens of thousands of gravely injured chaos great saints? With such a large life divine stone, even if attacked by a group of peerless great saints, I wouldn't die quickly. Lin Yuan rejoiced inwardly. As long as the life source power within the chaos divine stone remained, Lin Yuan could be considered immortal, which far exceeds the physical body divine ability's rebirth from a drop of blood. Unless a 13th level life entity intervenes, erasing Lin Yuan from the temporal plane, no one could kill him instantly. How much would this be worth in chaos stones? Lin Yuan calmed himself. To be accurate, no amount of chaos stones could replace a life divine stone, the latter being the top-tier life-saving item even for chaos great saints. Collect. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan began collecting the life divine stone. Rumbling. The entire life origin star shook, and Lin Yuan, standing outside, began to assist, aiding the avatar in collecting the life divine stone. Eventually, the life divine stone, nearly 3 meters in size, slowly fell into Lin Yuan's hands. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Yuan felt jubilant. This expedition to the Xianhuang universe, even without other gains, solely this life divine stone sufficed to make up for it. Life divine stone isn't just the top-tier life-saving item, its core lies in the life origin rules contained within, which is crucial for me to comprehend life-related rules and pathways. Sarch * the oval fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan carefully stored the life divine stone within his cosmic body, allocated some focus merely observing for a short while but already achieving insight. No rush for now. Ready to collect the next treasure. Once confirming no other life divine stones were left on the life origin star, having removed the life divine stone, the life mist pervading the star quickly dissipated. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished, appearing tens of millions of light-years away. Subsequently, Lin Yuan followed the planned route track, traversing regions where treasures and wonders were stored, collecting them effortlessly. Great Saint-level weapon secret treasures? Exceedingly rare wonders across tens of thousands of cosmic eras? Heavy treasures only nurtured by specific mysterious places in the chaos void? The wealth Lin Yuan amassed along his journey would incite envy and madness from peerless great saints. The resources accumulated by the Shenhuang universe over millions of epochs became a windfall for Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, Demon Jade Great Saint, requesting subscription. This Great Saint-level secret treasure, Lin Yuan emerged from a planet named Spiritual Treasure Star, examining his harvest. The Spiritual Treasure Star is the place where secret treasure weapons are nurtured in the Shenhuang universe, not just one planet. Unlike the regular methods of forging secret treasure weapons in the Chaos Void, the way of the Shenhuang line mainly focuses on nurturing. First, forge a secret treasure weapon embryo, then place it into a designated spiritual treasure star, allowing the secret treasure weapon to naturally form over the long years of nurturing. This method of forging has two major advantages. First, it's convenient. Once the secret treasure weapon embryo is made, that's all that's needed. Second, the power of the resulting secret treasure weapon is often superior to those of the same level. As for the disadvantages, the lack of human interference means it takes too long. However, if one can obtain a high-powered secret treasure weapon, spending more time is quite normal. A great saint-level soul and mind defense secret treasure? Lin Yuan looked at the yellow droplet the size of a thumb in front of him, as if watching a vast universe. Whether it's great saint-level secret treasure weapons or other levels, defensive-type ones are generally valued higher than offensive ones. After all, compared to kill methods, preserving life is undoubtedly more important. Among defensive Great Saint secret treasures, soul and mind defense treasures are the most precious. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This defensive Great Saint level secret treasure, although incomparable to the life divine stone he obtained first, is still highly valuable, unattainable by many Chaos Great Saints even after exhausting one cosmic era. It's just getting closer to the inner region of the Shenhuang universe now. Lin Yuan glanced around. Every life entering the Shenhuang universe randomly appears in the outermost edge region. And as Lin Yuan continues to explore deeper, he gradually approaches the inner region of the Shenhuang universe. The most apparent sign is Lin Yuan faintly sensing the slight aura of other Chaos Great Saints. The aura of Chaos Great Saints, when fully unleashed, can be felt even when separated by void domain after void domain, just that the Shenhuang universe's oppressive rules made Lin Yuan only aware when nearing the inner region. No great saints share my path. Lin Yuan carefully senses for a while, concluding, other great saints do not possess a beast map, are not intimately familiar with the myriad regions within the universe. Given the vastness of the Shenhuang universe, the probability that those great saints share the same path as Lin Yuan is strikingly low. From the inner region onwards, danger will begin to appear. Lin Yuan's expression subtly serious. Treasures and wonders from the outer region can generally be taken without significant difficulty, because their value is not high. As for the 3-meter large life divine stone, totally an exception. Normally, the life origin star's nurturing of life divine stone has very low efficiency, even spending one cosmic era, the final nurtured stone is thumb-sized. A palm-sized life divine stone can save a heavily injured, dying chaos great saint. A thumb-sized life divine stone probably can only save a chaos realm venerable. Therefore, that life origin star merely breeds rare treasures at the normal chaos realm level. However, a thumb-sized life divine stone nurtured over 1 cosmic era. Then what about 10 cosmic eras? 100 cosmic eras? 1,000, 10,000 cosmic eras? Quantity leads to quality change. The Shenhuang universe sealed for eons allowed Lin Yuan to harvest such a large piece of life divine stone. It's entirely a coincidence plus luck. Even if there's danger, I possess more advantages than those great saints. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the beast map has provided immense help. Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirits sat cross-legged. Within the Shenhuang universe, his true self is currently proceeding smoothly, only occasionally blocked by Shenhuang beasts. As for other chaos realms, the Shenhuang universe is vast. Over 100 venerables and 10 great saints falling into such a vast universe are akin to a drop of water entering the ocean. Sia the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's still the exploration phase now, no conflicts will arise for the time being. Lin Yuan mused, the so-called conflicts mainly refer to those between great saints. Not having reached the inner region, naturally, the great saints won't confront each other, making conflict impossible. Lin Yuan speculated, conflicts between great saints would only arise after penetrating deeper into the inner region. With my current strength, I can attempt the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan suddenly contemplated. The 9 floors of the Demon Jade Black Tower have spanned Lin Yuan's journey from weak to strong. He traversed the 8th floor before advancing to the 12th layer. As for the 9th floor, the 9th floor of the Black Tower is completely different from the previous 8 floors. What it requires facing is a mark left by the Moyu Tower Master. Even though this mark lacks any intellect, existing solely as a fixed program, yet it originates from the Moyu Tower Master, an unparalleled great saint. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the Moyu Tower Master isn't much weaker than the Shenhuang, and according to the Eye of Myriad Laws, the Shenhuang approaches the status of invincible great saint. Thus implying, the Moyu Tower Master is of approximately the same level of strength, and his left mark requires at least Chaos Realm Peak or even Chaos Great Saint to confidently defeat it. After entering the 12th layer, Lin Yuan, only at the path-splitting realm, even if grown to its pinnacle, could merely match ordinary Chaos Realm venerables, naturally losing hope of passing the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan separated a sliver of mental will, descending into the Demon Jade space. In front of the towering 9th-floor Black Tower, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The 6-armed figure Shinji emerged, gazing at Lin Yuan with a slightly complex expression. Lin Yuan hasn't descended here for a long time. Coming now suggests a likely intention to challenge the 9th floor of the Black Tower. And with the 6-armed figure Shinji's understanding of Lin Yuan, if without certain assurance, Lin Yuan wouldn't intentionally come. Especially with Lin Yuan aware the 9th floor of the Black Tower demands facing a mark by the Moyu Tower Master. Unless reaching Chaos Realm Peak, he wouldn't even entertain the thought of a venture. Chaos Realm Peak? That little one from back then has already grown to this extent? The 6-armed figure Shinji's thoughts wandered. He watched Lin Yuan grow up to now, and remembers when he saw this little one for the first time, he was merely at the 6th or 7th layer. In the blink of an eye, he already possesses the power of the Peak Chaos Realm? I want to attempt the 9th level of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan said. Go ahead. The 6-armed figure Shinji nodded, showing no surprise. Rumble. The gate of the 9th level of the Black Tower opened. Lin Yuan stepped in and appeared on the 9th floor. Compared to the omnipresent pressure of the previous 8 levels, the 9th level was empty, seemingly devoid of anything. But Lin Yuan remained on high alert. So, the world turned dark. A towering figure materialized. He wore a black robe, his gaze indifferent, seemingly containing the rules of the Great Tao. This was the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master manifesting. When Lin Yuan first faced the Moyu Tower Master's imprint, he couldn't withstand even a single glance and his mind completely fell, not even knowing how he was defeated. But this time, Lin Yuan's strength had increased manifold, and the Moyu Tower Master's gaze, though invisibly tugging at his mind, couldn't shake Lin Yuan's mental will. The Moyu Tower Master quietly watched Lin Yuan, his gaze devoid of emotion, then directly raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth fell into darkness. This darkness was exceedingly pure, completely distinct from the black light domain of the Black Light Great Saint. Divine Ability World. Lin Yuan directly transformed into the fierce sun, the universe outside his body spreading wildly in all directions, vaguely contending with the Moyu Tower Master's dark power. Too strong. Without being a Chaos Great Saint, there's simply no match. At this moment, Lin Yuan was utterly certain that a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable could not possibly pass the 9th level. Time. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed a change in the time around him. It wasn't merely a matter of accelerating or decelerating time, but something deeper. The Moyu Tower Master's strength greatly improved after killing that wondrous life with rich time bloodline. He must have gained a lot from it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Upon passing the 8th level, he acquired a drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master, originating from that wondrous life with a rich time bloodline. The Moyu Tower Master did not keep this drop of time blood for himself to comprehend, but rather left it in the 9th level of the Black Tower, indicating it was no longer significant for his own understanding. Boom, boom, boom. The glimmer of the fierce sun spread, the power of the universe outside suppressing, opposing the dark power gathered by the Moyu Tower Master as he raised his hand. Lin Yuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable. This discomfort was not due to being helpless against the Moyu Tower Master. In terms of aura intensity, the Moyu Tower Master currently revealed was not as strong as the Dual Origin Great Saint or the Black Light Great Saint. Yet the pressure this result exerted on Lin Yuan far exceeded that of the previous 2 Great Saints. Heaven Tear. Lin Yuan grasped with his right hand, and 5 terrifying marks flashed and vanished, tearing 5 cracks in the endless dark power around the Moyu Tower Master. However, shortly after these 5 cracks appeared, they quickly healed, recloaked by the endless dark power. There's no other way. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The divine skill Heaven Tear was definitely among the top 5 of his current killing techniques. Even this divine skill couldn't defeat the Moyu Tower Master, leaving Lin Yuan with no choice but to use his final move. Universe, explode. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the universe surrounding him suddenly began to collapse. Since his internal universe fused and devoured the source of the fierce sun, detonating his external universe had surpassed the divine skill Heaven Tear in might. After all, this was not just a single divine skill, but a whole new technique formed by the combination of the 13th layer's talent, fierce sun open sky. Rumble. The universe outside collapsed, and the fierce sun also began to annihilate, the resulting terrifying power tearing every inch of the 9th level of the Black Tower. Brussels. The endless dark power raised by the Moyu Tower Master also swiftly disintegrated, until even the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master rapidly dissolved. Rumble. After a long time, Lin Yuan walked out from the depths of time and space. His aura weakened. Is it over? Lin Yuan looked around, no longer feeling a trace of the Moyu Tower Master's aura, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan's expression shifted, looking in a particular direction. He saw wisp after wisp of dark power converging, once again forming the figure of the Moyu Tower Master. However, compared to the initial figure's indifference and ruthlessness, this time the formed Moyu Tower Master figure had obvious differences. The gaze cast upon Lin Yuan showed an expression of surprise, as if it had come to life. P.S. It's the last day. The monthly tickets are really going to expire. Please, please, please vote for the monthly ticket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152, The Secret of the Magic Jade. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan watched carefully as the Moyu Tower Master reformed in the distance. He was ready to concede and exit the 9th layer of the Black Tower at any moment. First, because he had just exploded his external universe and was temporarily in a weakened state. Second, although the current Moyu Tower Master didn't have the same level of energy fluctuation as initially, the threat he posed to Lin Yuan was greater. Even if he did nothing and just stood there was a sense of sole dominance over time and space. Not bad. The Moyu Tower Master stared at Lin Yuan for a moment, then smiled. Not bad. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. According to the 6-armed figure Shinji, the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master on the 9th layer was merely a kind of fixed program. But now, he had actually said not bad, a statement with personal emotional evaluation? Very good. The Moyu Tower Master continued to look for a while and made another remark. Senior. Lin Yuan tentatively called out. Although he didn't know what state the Moyu Tower Master was in, since the other party didn't attack immediately, he likely bore no malice. Rest assured, you passed the 9th layer of the Black Tower. The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. I am now essentially a strand of consciousness left behind by my past self, completely severed from the true self. However, upon awakening, the connection re-established, it won't be long before I fall into another time loop. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked at these words. Indeed, the present Moyu Tower Master is more than just an unemotional imprint. It is a strand of consciousness. This consciousness is different from the soul division of the Tuolong Great Saint. The soul division is a new life form, albeit with the same memories as the original body. But consciousness is still considered the Moyu Tower Master. In fact, many Chaos Great Saints are reluctant to leave behind such a thing as a soul division. The more powerful the Great Saint, the more so. A soul division without power, when in the hands of some Great Saints, often meets a poor fate. Given that this consciousness still belongs to the Moyu Tower Master, even with a brief revival, it will quickly fall back into a time loop. The time loop encountered when the 12th layer attempts to break through to the 13th layer is a test from the Chaos Void, unavoidable by any means for the same being. You should have cultivated the foundational legacy of that being? No, not quite. It's somewhat different. Did you merge with other same-tier legacies? Merging different 13th layer legacies, very impressive. The Moyu Tower Master observed Lin Yuan, asking with interest. The imprint he left, after just contending with Lin Yuan, even at the terrifying power when he exploded his external universe, the Moyu Tower Master saw it all. Thus, the information gathered was far more than those special beings observing Lin Yuan from afar outside the Xianhuang universe in his battle with the Black Light Great Saint and the Dual Origin Great Saint. In the clash between Lin Yuan and the Black Light Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint, neither used their full strength, not even fully activating the external universe, much less exploding it. Of course, the Black Light Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint also did not use their true lethal means. They didn't even enter the Xianhuang universe, naturally avoiding an all-out fight. I was also just lucky, Lin Yuan immediately said. He was not surprised that the Moyu Tower Master discerned his cultivation of infinite void. At the level of a peerless Great Saint, a 13th layer legacy isn't that much of a secret, but the Moyu Tower Master being able to see his fusion of other 13th layer methods slightly startled Lin Yuan. This implied that the Moyu Tower Master had a deep understanding of infinite void, aware of its power scope. There is no such thing as luck. The Moyu Tower Master smiled. Cultivating a 13th layer legacy is incredibly difficult. Had I not slain that wondrous life form back then, I wouldn't have reached the threshold for cultivating that 13th layer legacy. Senior also cultivated a 13th layer legacy? Lin Yuan looked at the Moyu Tower Master and said, Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He understood the terror of a 13th layer legacy, having reached a level in the Dominator realm to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chaos Great Saints, though it wasn't solely due to infinite void. But this 13th layer legacy that elevated Lin Yuan's foundation to a terrifying degree definitely played an important role. The Moyu Tower Master, as a peerless great saint, in addition to having cultivated some kind of 13th layer legacy, how truly powerful must he be? Perhaps not sweeping away other peerless great saints, but probably close. The most difficult part of a 13th layer legacy is its cultivation, not its acquisition. The Moyu Tower Master smiled. With your current power, once you reach perfection in the Chaos Realm, your strength might even surpass mine. Lin Yuan obediently listened, and according to his own estimations, this was indeed so. If Lin Yuan could step into perfection in the Chaos Realm, ordinary peerless great saints would simply not be his match. By then, those able to pose even a slight threat to Lin Yuan were likely only those other peerless great saints who also cultivated a 13th layer legacy, or those special peerless great saints. But even then, it would be only a slight threat, as Lin Yuan had too many trump cards and methods. Back when this Black Tower was built, the intention was to nurture a Chaos Great Saint, but during my lifetime, that never happened. Yet, after falling into a time loop, one eventually emerged. The Moyu Tower Master looked around with a slightly sentimental tone. During the prime of the Magic Jade Tower, the Moyu Tower Master, as an invincible great saint sweeping through the chaos void, indeed had some Chaos Great Saints and even peerless great saints pledge allegiance. But these Chaos Great Saints and peerless great saints were outsiders, not direct descendants of the Magic Jade Tower, lacking even the qualification to enter this demon jade space, let alone challenge the 9 layers of the Black Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153, The Secret of the Magic Jade. Please subscribe. _2 The Chaos Realm cultivated by the Magic Jade Tower itself has not birthed a great saint. A Chaos Great Saint cannot be cultivated just through training. No matter how powerful the Moyu Tower Master is, he cannot forcefully cultivate a Chaos Great Saint. If this could be achieved, the Magic Jade Tower would not have fallen into decline. The Elder is still caught in the time loop, Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Are you asking about the time loop and the matters of reaching the 13th stage? The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. I have indeed left corresponding arrangements elsewhere, which should have been taken by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was not particularly surprised. His Majesty Xianhuang left behind the Xianhuang universe, and it is estimated that the Moyu Tower Master should have left a similar place. Just because the Xianhuang universe has just been born now does not mean that the place left behind by the Moyu Tower Master has also not been born yet. Everything depends on conditions of fate. Whether it's His Majesty Xianhuang or the Moyu Tower Master, both have been attempting to reach the 13th stage, caught in time loops, with very limited influence on the outside world. However, if all you want is information about reaching the 13th stage and time loop data, I can provide it to you. The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. There is only one treasure and rare weapon, but information can be replicated. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yuan felt a joy in his heart. The Xianhuang universe emerged, and the Black Light Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and many other Chaos Great Saints have rushed here at all costs. What for? Treasure and rare items within the Xianhuang universe? There is indeed a purpose in this regard, but it is definitely not the main reason. These great saints are more eager to obtain His Majesty Xuanwang's views and insights on exploring the 13th stage and time loops. So-called treasures and wonders are ultimately just external forces and provide no help in reaching the 13th stage. But the Moyu Tower Master raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a large amount of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Reaching the 13th stage, time loops, Lin Yuan's complexion was thoughtful. The exploration and knowledge of time loops by the Moyu Tower Master and His Majesty Xianhuang do not come from thin air but are sourced from elsewhere. CTH Novelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's just that any life caught in the time loop while attempting to reach the 13th stage cannot affect the outside world, let alone convey any information about their own time loop. Therefore, if you want to gain accurate exploration knowledge on time loops, you can only get it from those beings who have successfully navigated through the time loop. And those who have navigated through the time loop? They are the 13th stage time life. This is also the reason why many peerless great saints traverse the chaos void, pursuing the footsteps of 13th stage time life. The Moyu Tower Master has traversed various void domains, delved into dangerous sites and relics, and once had the fortune to meet a 13th stage time life and, under its guidance, gained much information on reaching the 13th stage and time loops. Each Chaos Realm consummation's time loop is different. Simply put, you can't prepare in advance. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan. In the future, if you attempt the 13th stage and get caught in a time loop, it will certainly be something you've never experienced before. It will be the most challenging trial for you. For example, if your accomplishments in space are high, then the time loop you fall into will have nothing to do with space. In my view, so-called time loops are entirely formulated based on the aspects you lack the most, your shortest shortcomings. The Moyu Tower Master said. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood why the Eye of Myriad Laws had advised him not to pay too much attention to time loops because there's essentially no need to. What use is worrying? You can't prepare in advance anyway. The various information provided by the Moyu Tower Master also included numerous explanations on this point, even with specific case studies. For example, in this chaos void, a specific 13th stage time life once faced a time loop when attempting the 13th stage. This 13th stage life was born as Spectacle Life, one of the most inherently powerful spectacle lives nurtured by the chaos void, with immensely rich time bloodline, born with consummate chaos realm strength. It was the indisputable invincible great saint of its era. And this being, the time loop it fell into was the time loop of an ant. This means literally, an ant. Simply put, it descended into the body of an ant. The world where this ant resides had no rules, no extraordinary power, and all the introspections of numerous rules mastered by the peerless great saints were entirely useless in this world. Even the speed of thought became incredibly slow. To break this time loop, one had to lead the ant tribe to become the strongest group in the world. Note that ants are the weakest creatures in that world, under the premise of not relying on any extraordinary power or cultivation system, leading the ant tribe to become the strongest group. This 13th stage time life almost despaired at the time. Ultimately, through repeated arrangements and using the pure physical rules of the time loop world, climbed the technology tree, creating one by one high-tech weapons from scratch, completely obliterating those life forms whose power and body size were millions of times larger than ants. And only barely escaped that time loop. It's too difficult. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel it's tricky. Are you the most inherently powerful spectacle life nurtured by the chaos void? Then let you experience the time loop of the weakest life form, an ant. Are you solitary? Then let you lead the weakest tribe to become the strongest tribe. Are you the indisputable invincible great saint? In that time loop, the test isn't strength. The concept of strength doesn't exist. It's purely physical power, where size decides everything, and an ant's size, whatever you're good at, it'll strip it away. Technology. Lin Yuan realized that the key to this 13th stage time life breaking free from the time loop was technology. It can be speculated that this 13th stage time life had never touched on technology, otherwise the time loop wouldn't have been such a test. Without exposure to technology, the test is technology. Once aware of technology, the time loop test will be another kind. No wonder that throughout history in the chaos void, numerous consummate chaos realms have been birthed, but few successfully crossed into the 13th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if the time loop is really so targeted, even for peerless great saints, the possibility of crossing it is almost none. I wonder what time loop I'll face when I attempt the 13th stage in the future? Lin Yuan silently pondered. Anyway, it certainly won't be anything he currently has mastery over. Elder, I am now inside the Xianhuang universe, Lin Yuan said, wanting to get some information about His Majesty Xian Huang from the Moyu Tower Master. Although the time loop can't be prepared for in advance, the exploration knowledge provided by the Moyu Tower Master helped Lin Yuan significantly. Since it can't be prevented, he should try to comprehensively understand every aspect of abilities. Thus, even in future time loops, facing tests he has never encountered before, knowing multiple paths may lead to more possibilities of crossing. Hence, Lin Yuan is also keenly seeking exploration knowledge left by His Majesty Xian Huang regarding time loops. Xian Huang the Moyu Tower Master pondered for a while. I don't know much about him, just that he attempts the 13th stage not for great freedom but to resurrect his former Dao companion. To resurrect a former Dao companion? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. 13th stage time lives can see through the future and past timelines and can follow the timeline to resurrect any past existing beings, including 12 stage lives liberated from the constraints of the time river. That's all I know. The Moyu Tower Master shook his head slightly, but I heard that before attempting the 13th stage, he entered some dimensional rift and immediately prepared for the 13th stage after returning, likely experiencing something in the dimensional rift. So that's the case. Lin Yuan nodded. A dimensional rift is a gap area separating different dimensional realms. And the dimensional realm that can be separated from the chaos void is probably not weaker than the chaos void itself. Between them, the dimensional rift is very likely to birth some terrifying existences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154 Comprehensive Enhancement, Request Subscription. The Eye of Myriad Laws says that a heart demon exists within Xian Huang, and the Moyu Tower Master says Xian Huang is striving for the 13 tiers to resurrect a companion? Lin Yuan thought silently. From the Moyu Tower Master's tone, Xian Huang should also be in existence not weaker than him. Alright, my time here is limited. The Moyu Tower Master smiled and then flipped his hand. The 6-armed figure Shinji was then moved to the 9th layer. Master! The 6-armed figure Shinji was moved to tears with excitement. Earlier outside the Black Tower, upon seeing the Moyu Tower Master reviving consciousness, he was somewhat stunned. The master he had been waiting for many cosmic eras without returning was now appearing on the 9th layer? From today onward, he will be the new Tower Master of Demonic Jade Tower. The Moyu Tower Master looked at the 6-armed figure Shinji and spoke. Yes. The 6-armed figure Shinji nodded immediately. The hierarchy within Demonic Jade Tower is strict, not to mention becoming the new Tower Master. Even to become a direct disciple requires personal approval from the Moyu Tower Master. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan is currently just a sequenced member of the Demonic Jade Tower, which is already the limit. However now, a consciousness left by the Moyu Tower Master has revived, equivalent to the Moyu Tower Master personally arriving. Back in the day, I left some good things in this Demon Jade space. If you don't become the Tower Master, you can only choose a few. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, smiling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yuan spoke with a grateful tone. According to the rules of Demonic Jade Tower, every time one passes a layer, they can only choose from the reward list. No matter how astonishingly talented Lin Yuan's performance is, he cannot break this rule. But becoming the Tower Master is different. With the personal approval of the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan has the highest control privileges over this Demon Jade space. He can freely dispose of all treasures and wonders within the Demon Jade space. The control privileges of being a sequenced member before, compared with the current Tower Master privileges, are just like child's play. That drop of time's blood, you must carefully comprehend. The Moyu Tower Master admonished. After reviving consciousness, he was fully aware and in control of everything happening in this Demon Jade space. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. All these years, he had never stopped comprehending that drop of time's blood. The more he understands, the more he can feel the vast incredibility between different timelines. It was like a fish growing in the deep sea, looking up through layers of seawater, gazing at the boundless starry sky. Although extremely blurry, it could still capture the vastness of the endless starry sky. The 13-tier inheritance I cultivated cannot be left to you, nor can I even tell you how to obtain it. The Moyu Tower Master pondered for a moment before speaking. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The 13-tier inheritance left by the time life focuses most on opportunities, which implies that the means of acquisition must not have any deliberate preparation, like Lin Yuan obtaining the jade gourd purely by coincidence, without knowing in advance. Other 13-tier inheritances are the same. If one knows the location of this 13-tier inheritance from other sources and then pretends to obtain it deliberately, one would face retribution from the creator of that inheritance afterward. Don't think about deceiving a 13-tier. Life at this level can observe along the timeline, knowing almost anything they wish to know. If one dares to touch the bottom line set by 13-tier, even if you die, you could be forcibly resurrected and then live worse than death. As long as you understand. The Moyu Tower Master's figure began to faintly fade, with strands of time's power beginning to shroud around him. I am about to be drawn into a time loop. The Moyu Tower Master said, this being the result of maximum isolation, only held off by the barrier of demon jade space till now. If in the chaos void, the Moyu Tower Master would be pulled back into the time loop at the instant of consciousness revival. Senior, what can I do for you? Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. What can you do for me? The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. Become strong. Become as strong as possible, preferably crossing into the 13-tier, becoming time's life. All right. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. With the information about striving for 13 tiers and time loops transmitted to him by the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan understands what this sentence means. What is a time loop? It is an endless cycle within a period, from beginning to end and then from end to beginning again. For instance, the 13-tier born from a phenomenal life, caught in a time loop, is embodied in leading an ant tribe and becoming the strongest group of the era. If this phenomenal life fails and does not achieve this before the lifespan limit, they will be wiped clear and start anew. At this time, connection with the outside world becomes crucial, helping one recognize reality, spreading the path of evolution, primarily using the latter as anchor points and landmarks to enhance one's clear cognition within the time loop. The evolution path is like this, and cause and effect can serve similar purposes. However, to break through the barrier of time loop with cause and effect, it must at least be the cause and effect of a 13-tier life, and need to be that significant cause and effect. Lin Yuan entered demon jade space from weak childhood, established cause and effect with the Moyu Tower Master, and now has become the new Tower Master. If one could become a time-life form, the unprecedented strengthening of cause and effect might help the magic Jade Tower Master embroiled in a time loop. But, under Lin Yuan's gaze, the timeline around the magic Jade Tower Master became increasingly distinct, swiftly dragging him into the void. What kind of existence is a time loop really? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Master, six-armed figure Shinji was forlorn for a moment before he respectfully saluted Lin Yuan. Prior to this, even though Lin Yuan had become a sequence member, six-armed figure Shinji treated him as an equal. There's no need for such formalities between us. Lin Yuan shook his head and immediately began examining the various magical treasures within the demon jade space. The magic Jade Tower Master summoned six-armed figure Shinji only to notify him, having already transferred the highest authority of the demon jade space to Lin Yuan. Demonic Jade Immortal Body? Lin Yuan glanced at this body-refining technique created by the magic Jade Tower Master, no weaker than Body of Xianhuang. Earlier, when Lin Yuan observed the body segment of a 12th-layer member of the magic Jade Tower, he understood part of the demonic Jade Immortal Body from it. Now, he finally obtained the complete demonic Jade Immortal Body. It is entirely different from Body of Xianhuang. Lin Yuan thought to himself, given his current level of insight, comprehending this body-refining technique was not difficult, and he even compared it to Body of Xianhuang. Treasures. Magical wonders. Lin Yuan cursorily scanned them. The value of the treasures in the Demon Jade space does not compare to the Xianhuang universe, which is expected as they are fundamentally different entities. The Demon Jade space is solely a place for nurturing members of the Magic Jade Tower, while the Xianhuang universe is a realm painstakingly created by Xianhuang. So the novel, If Ire, at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is this the memory of the Magic Jade Tower Masters killed spectacular life form? Lin Yuan looked at a piece of crystal stone. This crystal stone, like the one storing a drop of time blood, possesses an astonishing sealing effect. However, rather than time blood, it contains mist resembling a river. Upon fully mastering the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan instantly became aware of the purpose within the mist of the crystal stone. Back then, after the Magic Jade Tower Master, together with other beings of equal rank, managed to kill that time-blood-entrenched spectacular life form, they seized its body. As for the life essence and soul of that spectacular life form, it's the river-like mist inside the crystal stone, refined through the Magic Jade Tower Master's special methods. By dedicating part of the mind to exploring it, one can witness the memory perspective of this remarkable life form, including its mastery over time forces. Though this method doesn't match the ancestor of Fierce Sun's possession in the source world, it remains one of the few ways within Chaos Void to experience the minute timeline perspective. The time-blood-entrenched spectacular life form had various astonishing techniques, even able to peer into obscure timelines. The Magic Jade Tower Master and other great saints paid a grand price to slay this remarkable life form, but reaped vast rewards. By studying the time blood, the Magic Jade Tower Master fulfilled the cultivation prerequisite for certain 13th layer inheritance, significantly boosting his power, elevating him to become an invincible great saint of that era. That spectacular life form, Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. One must admit, the Magic Jade Tower Master and the other great saints thoroughly utilized that spectacular life form, from body to life essence and soul. Xianhuang Universe. Lin Yuan had fully entered its inner regions. The harvest is immense. Lin Yuan was delighted, holding the cosmic map of Xianhuang Universe. His advantage over other great saints was substantial. Many regions within the Xianhuang Universe appeared ordinary on the surface, such as the life origin star Lin Yuan first encountered. Who could have imagined it was nurturing a life divine stone nearly 3 meters high? A chaos great saint, passing by that life origin star, would generally not spare it a glance. After all, such planets are too abundant within the Xianhuang universe. To inspect each one meticulously, the chaos great saint would lag behind other noble beings in speed. Only Lin Yuan, leveraging the advantage of the map, was certain of treasures within this region, prompting him to pause and retrieve them. Apart from the life origin star, many other regions followed suit. Thus far, those chaos great saints have gained lamentably little. Only regions that seem particularly extraordinary on the surface would make these great saints hesitate. Yet often these regions harbor traps, like the Futu Tower or the Nine Realms Pavilion. Lin Yuan was about to proceed further along his route toward the deeper universe when his expression subtly changed. Inner universe. Infinite void second layer has been achieved? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Since fusing with and devouring the source of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan never halted his cultivation of the second layer of infinite void. Even during his exploration of Xianhuang Universe, Lin Yuan diverted part of his mind to focus on cultivating the second layer of infinite void. After all, this 13th layer inheritance is crucial to Lin Yuan, as stepping into the second layer would bring another significant qualitative. The second layer of infinite void. Lin Yuan immediately descended a consciousness avatar into the inner universe. P.S. There will be 2 extra chapters added at midnight, along with a prize draw where the prize is Black Myth, Wukong, with a total of 10 copies available, drawn according to the monthly ticket monthly route. Keep the guaranteed monthly tickets at the beginning of the month for a chance to win Black Myth, Wukong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155. Birth of the Treasure, Bonus Update, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Start of the Month, Internal Universe. The red-clad girl stood beside the jade gourd, also observing the changes in time and space around her. As the spirit of the jade gourd, with Lin Yuan's permission, the red-clad girl could immediately sense the subtle differences in the internal universe before and after. The second layer is complete. The red-clad girl mused. The process of cultivating infinite void was akin to the subtle transformation of the internal universe, perfecting its microstructure. The same fundamental particles, through different structuring methods, ultimately display vastly different powers. This second layer of infinite void is almost reaching the third layer, infinite void, the red-clad girl thought. Normally, the second layer of infinite void could only push the internal universe to the level of a Chaos Great Saint's internal universe, but the current internal universe is far beyond just matching a Chaos Great Saint's internal universe. What opportunity did the Master obtain to elevate the internal universe to this extent? The red-clad girl was quite curious, reaching new heights from a tall pole? It's very hard, especially since infinite void has nearly pushed the internal universe to its limits. To further enhance the strength of the internal universe? Only the red-clad girl knew how difficult it was. What? Lin Yuan's consciousness avatar descended. Master! The red-clad girl jumped up, looking at Lin Yuan. The universe has transformed completely. Lin Yuan nodded, closing his eyes to carefully experience the vast and boundless internal universe. It's like a plain piece of carbon, transformed into a brilliant diamond due to changes at the microstructural level. At this moment, a similar change occurred in Lin Yuan's internal universe. The essence remained unchanged, but the microstructure was completely renewed. The universe's limit has been elevated by a significant margin. Lin Yuan immediately sensed an intense hunger from the root of the internal universe. Devour, devour. Lin Yuan immediately brought out vast resources, allowing the origin source of the internal universe to consume them. This journey to the Xianhuang universe, even without being concluded, Lin Yuan had reaped tremendous gains, making it not at all difficult to satisfy the internal universe's hunger. Rumbling. With the support of vast resources, the internal universe started expanding frenziedly again. 100 billion light-years. 200 billion light-years. Sir, the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 500 billion light-years. 800 billion light-years. Only when approaching the trillion light-year range did it gradually slow down. The internal universe within the trillion light-year range, in terms of size, has already completely rivaled the naturally born universe nurtured by the Chaos Void. A Chaos Venerable's internal universe is only several hundred billion light-years in size. It must be noted, Lin Yuan's internal universe, unlike other Chaos Realm internal universes, doesn't pursue size but quality. It's like comparing a block of tofu with a silver needle. In terms of size, the former crushes the latter. But a silver needle can easily penetrate the tofu. The 13-tier inheritance, Infinite Void, also reconstructs the microstructure of the internal universe, not specifically to increase the universe's area. Lin Yuan gazed into the deepest part of the universe, where a cosmic sun was blazing intensely, its radiance illuminating the entire universe. This cosmic sun could only be seen by Lin Yuan, deliberately hidden from the red-clad girl. The transformation of the internal universe has caused this cosmic sun source to also transform. Lin Yuan thought to himself as he watched the cosmic sun source. It is evident that after mastering the second layer of Infinite Void, the cosmic sun source itself became stronger. Indeed, as the cosmic sun source has now completely integrated with the internal universe, becoming a part of it, the improvement of the internal universe naturally leads to the advancement of the cosmic sun source. Lin Yuan thought silently. Currently, Lin Yuan's internal universe gathers two great 13-tier methods. One is infinite void, and the other is raging sun genesis. My current internal universe, although only covering 1 trillion light years, is enough to rival those of 10 trillion or 100 trillion light years. Such internal universes are close to those of absolute saints. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The power operating within the internal universe at this moment was so mighty that Lin Yuan felt a shiver, so powerful that it transcended the average Chaos Great Saint's strength. Perhaps there was still a gap with an absolute saint, but it could almost sweep across the level of Chaos Great Saints. "Master, how do you feel now?" the red-clad girl couldn't help but ask from the side. "Very good." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He felt an unprecedented strength, even a sense that, if he fully unleashed it, he could break free of the Xianhuang universe's suppression. Of course, even if this feeling were real, Lin Yuan wouldn't do it. It would be entirely thankless. Breaking free from the Xianhuang universe would cause the entire universe to collapse prematurely. This would not bring even the slightest benefit to Lin Yuan. The longer the Xianhuang universe exists, even under the circumstances of space-time collapse, it can continuously nurture Xianhuang beasts, providing resources for Lin Yuan's cultivation of the body of Xianhuang. More than just very good. The red-clothed girl blinked her eyes. The inner universe transformed by the second layer of infinite void makes the master the absolute first among all previous cultivators, and far ahead of the second. Among the previous cultivators of infinite void, there were those who reached the third or even fourth layer. But speaking of the second layer, no one could compare to Lin Yuan. The previous cultivators of infinite void? Lin Yuan was not surprised. The 13-stage legacy of infinite void is extremely ancient and surpasses him as its sole cultivator. Before Lin Yuan, over the long years, there were also many cultivators of this legacy. However, once these cultivators died or advanced to the 13th stage, the red-clothed girl would take the jade gourd and leave, appearing randomly at any place in the chaos void. Because the red-clothed girl is not a real living being, she can also enter the universe. When Lin Yuan swept through the Milky Way star region and acquired the jade gourd, this 13-stage legacy bearer had already stayed in the home universe for several hundred cosmic eras. The master is now only at the dominator realm. The inner universe still has much room for improvement, the red-clothed girl continued. First, upon entering the chaos realm, the inner universe will undergo a qualitative transformation, and the same will happen when the chaos realm is perfected. As a great saint, the inner universe will continue to evolve. Moreover, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of infinite void will all bring qualitative changes to the inner universe. As for the sixth layer, it is merely a theoretical boundary evolved by the creator of infinite void. At most, previous cultivators reach the fifth layer. None have ever touched the sixth layer. The sixth layer, created by the former master, will transform the inner universe into an existence comparable to the chaos void, and this differs greatly from the fifth layer. So it's almost impossible to reach. The red-clothed girl looked at Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, even reaching the fifth layer of infinite void would mean the inner universe is only tens or hundreds of thousands times stronger than an ordinary great saint's inner universe. Compared to the entirety of the chaos void, it is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Crossing from 1 to 2 isn't hard, but leaping from 1 to millions in a single bound is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Lin Yuan is different. Based on his current growth speed and inner universe foundation, when Lin Yuan cultivates to the perfection of the chaos realm and adds the fifth layer of infinite void, the inner universe will grow far beyond the conventional fifth layer level. This reduces the gap with the chaos void, naturally increasing the possibility of advancing to the sixth layer. The sixth layer is too far away from me. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, not thinking too much of it. The fragment world of star tears. Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit sat cross-legged, and at the moment when the true self cultivated the second layer of infinite void, the inner universe of the Taiyin primordial spirit naturally reached the second layer. Regarding the transformation of the inner universe, Both the true self and the avatar proceed simultaneously. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the inner universe and found that the principles of the chaos void began to retreat from him, centering on his presence. It said that a great saint can, if they wish, create an area where rules are self-established. Am I now half achieving that? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although a great saint is also at the perfection of the chaos realm, their path holds great potential, allowing them to surpass the chaos great saints. By taking their path as the foundation, many principles can retreat, forming a domain where they establish the rules. Like the postnatal universe created by the great saints, this is the principle. However, the range of a postnatal universe is larger, and maintaining its rules demands much effort from the great saints. Lin Yuan slowly restrained his aura and glanced at the countless humans in the fragment world, including the 9 supreme beings, none of whom noticed Lin Yuan's gaze. Let alone discovered that Lin Yuan's real strength has reached the extent of dominating the Chaos Great Saints. Xianhuang Universe. After getting slightly familiar, Lin Yuan began attempting to cultivate the 3rd layer of Infinite Void. Infinite Void has a total of 6 layers, strictly speaking 5 layers. Each layer involves a distinctly different microscopic transformation of the inner universe, and the 3rd layer of Infinite Void has already begun transforming the time-space origin source of the inner universe. The cultivation time for this layer is estimated to be not short. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He had no worries, for what he had most now was time. Those ancient great saints have passed through hundreds or thousands of chaos eras, basically having no other pursuits, so they chose to attack the 13th stage. After all, the chaos great saints cannot advance further. As for promoting to the great saint, it's determined by the path, it can be achieved or not at all. Just as Lin Yuan was both cultivating the 3rd layer of Infinite Void and continuing towards the depths of Xianhuang Universe. Buzz. A significant spatial-temporal fluctuation came from afar, rapidly spreading throughout more than half of the Xianhuang Universe. That place? Lin Yuan gazed far at the source of the spatial-temporal fluctuation, his expression subtly changing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156, Inconceivable Strength, Bonus Update, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Start of the Month. Is it the Dark Sky Palace? Lin Yuan sensed the source of the space-time fluctuations, and by comparing it with the beast skin map, he made a judgment in his heart. The Dark Sky Palace is a crucial place in the Xianhuang universe, where the Dark Sky Heart is nurtured, a supreme treasure of the absolute great saint level. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the Xianhuang universe, aside from the nearly 3-meter life divine stone, all the treasures and wonders he acquired were at the Chaos Great Saint level or below. As for the absolute great saint, even when the profound Xianhuang lineage was still present, there were not many supreme treasures at the absolute great saint level, mostly found in the inner and deep regions of the universe. With my current strength, Lin Yuan felt a slight movement in his heart. Before entering the Xianhuang universe, Lin Yuan formulated routes according to the beast skin map, without considering the Dark Sky Palace as a stopover. This was because the outside of the Dark Sky Palace was filled with Dark Sky power, a force even stronger than Fuda power. With Lin Yuan's strength at the time, attempting to enter the Dark Sky Palace required a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not consider it. Compared to the Dark Sky Palace, Lin Yuan was more concerned with the tomb in the deepest part. But circumstances have changed. Back then, entering the Dark Sky Palace was quite difficult for Lin Yuan, but now, after practicing Infinite Void to the 2nd layer, Lin Yuan's strength soared comprehensively, and the Dark Sky power, which could have stopped him momentarily, now poses little threat. And according to the space-time fluctuations emanating from the Dark Sky Palace at this moment, it is evidently emerging. If Lin Yuan doesn't go now, it will surely attract other great saints. Powerful figures such as Black Light Great Saint and Dual Origin Great Saint have the ability to enter the Dark Sky Palace, albeit with more time spent. I will make a trip. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, and the Taiyang divine spirit emerged, allowing him to follow the established route towards the depths of the Xianhuang universe. As for Lin Yuan's true self, he immediately swiftly traversed toward the direction of the Dark Sky Palace. The second layer of Infinite Void brought comprehensive enhancement to Lin Yuan, not only improving the true self but also significantly enhancing the two primordial spirits. Now, the strength of the Taiyang divine spirit is stronger than Lin Yuan's true self before entering the Xianhuang universe. This time, really screwed by that dual origin. Black Light Great Saint's face was gloomy as he quickly advanced towards the depths of the Xianhuang universe. Being the 10th to enter the Xianhuang universe, Black Light Great Saint had few choices and could only immediately proceed towards the depths of the Xianhuang universe. Along the way, there was no time to carefully check, resulting in a complete lack of gain up till now. The mighty Chaos Great Saint, a strong figure among Chaos Great Saints, having entered a postnatal universe without any notable achievements, was unacceptable to Black Light Great Saint. Dual Origin Fellow is certainly hateful, but he, Black Light Great Saint, thought of Lin Yuan. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan, he would at least have been the third to enter the Xianhuang universe. Damn it, where the hell did he come from? Black Light Great Saint felt furious. Although Lin Yuan's final slap sent him flying, Black Light Great Saint suffered not a single bit of injury. Through this strike, Black Light Great Saint judged that Lin Yuan's strength should be similar to his on the same level. At that moment, Black Light Great Saint's expression changed, sensing a rich space-time fluctuation. It's there, Black Light Great Saint looked over, feeling slightly exhilarated. Such rich space-time fluctuations belong to anomalies produced when a supreme treasure appears in the four-way space-time of the universe. The space-time rules compression in this postnatal universe is extremely high, yet still, such dense space-time anomalies occur. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure, definitely an absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Black Light Great Saint unhesitatingly headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure, even absolute Great Saints would fight wholeheartedly for it. If he, as a Chaos Great Saint, obtained it, he could trade it with an absolute Great Saint even if he didn't need it. This space-time fluctuation. In another direction, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a blue-gray light and suddenly stopped, an absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Even though the creator of this postnatal universe was once close to the invincible Great Saint, possessing absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures would not be many either. Dual Origin Great Saint thought secretly, hesitated only for a moment before heading to the source of the space-time fluctuations. Without knowing whether there are other absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures deep within the universe, Dual Origin Great Saint naturally did not want to give up the supreme treasure at the current source of space-time fluctuations. That is, Great Saints like Tian Lu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint also sensed the sweeping space-time fluctuations and recognized that a supreme treasure at the level of absolute Great Saint was about to emerge. Such a supreme treasure, Tian Lu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and other powerful figures did not hesitate and immediately headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Outside the entrance of the Xianhuang universe, these Great Saints did not compete with Dual Origin Great Saint, Lin Yuan, and others for entering the Xianhuang universe first. Aside from the strength factor, there's also a crucial point: there were no clear benefits up front. Who stipulated that those who entered the Xianhuang universe first would definitely have gains. Moreover, whether this postnatal universe contained treasures worth their desperate effort to fight for still remained uncertain. As Chaos Great Saints, they exist as entities who won't act without clear benefits, expecting them to fight desperately without perceived gains? But now, this level of space-time fluctuation undeniably signifies the emerging treasure has reached the level of Absolute Great Saint. An Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure is enough for these Chaos Great Saints to fight desperately. In the presence of such treasure, even newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dare to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint. Farther away, several Chaos Venerables also sensed the space-time fluctuations. A supreme treasure, absolutely a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us. Many Chaos Venerables felt eagerness in their eyes before quickly calming down as if doused with cold water. Newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dare to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint because they are at the full Chaos realm. Even if there is a difference in strength, it's not too big. At least for the Dual Origin Great Saint, it's very difficult to kill a newly ascended Great Saint, as the latter is not a stone and can escape on its own. But a Chaos Venerable? Don't mention those powerful Great Saints like the Dual Origin Great Saint. Even a newly ascended Great Saint can effortlessly kill a Chaos Venerable. These Chaos Venerables, if they dare to join this commotion, no matter how many lives they have, it wouldn't be enough to escape death. Although it has nothing to do with us, we can get close and take a look. That's right, what does such a precious treasure look like? Some Chaos Venerables were curious in their hearts and started approaching the source of spacetime. As long as they watched from afar without revealing the intention to compete for it, it was expected that those great saints wouldn't bother them. Arrived. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, looking toward a palace not far away, shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the palace was slowly emerging from the depths of spacetime, with all directions filled with the profound power of the dark sky. Normally, the Dark Sky Palace is located deep in spacetime and is hard to discover without guidance. Now that the Dark Sky Palace has voluntarily come into the world, is it because the outer spacetime of the Shenhuang universe is gradually collapsing, thereby affecting the spacetime? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The early emergence of the Dark Sky Palace was one of the reasons he came. If it continued hiding in the depths of spacetime, Lin Yuan could have waited and come over after leaving the tomb. Once it completely emerges from the depths of spacetime, I can directly take the Dark Sky Heart inside. Lin Yuan stood still, patiently waiting. Just at this moment, a slight fluctuation of spacetime traversing emerged. The Dual Origin Great Saint arrived second. Is it that palace? The Dual Origin Great Saint, without Lin Yuan's detailed map guidance, immediately noticed the Dark Palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Very soon, the Black Light Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also successfully arrived. Then came the Tianlu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint. The treasure is inside the palace. All great saints stared hotly at the Dark Palace slowly emerging from the depths of spacetime. Your mastery of spacetime distortion is indeed unique, but wanting to compete with me for the treasure inside this palace is still a bit lacking. The Dual Origin Great Saint stared at Lin Yuan and said, "The power rod I wield just happens to restrain you, and if I fight with all my might, you definitely are not my match." If Lin Yuan could be persuaded to retreat by mere words, the Dual Origin Great Saint was willing. Oh! Lin Yuan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the Dual Origin Great Saint. What the Dual Origin Great Saint said was true. Although they hadn't had a full-on battle outside the Shenhuang universe, the gray-blue power he wielded could indeed greatly disrupt spacetime. But that's under the condition of comparable strength. Water can extinguish fire, but can a drop of water extinguish a fire that spans the sky? Wild Barbarian, why don't you and I join forces? The Black Light Great Saint secretly communicated with the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Join forces? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart was moved. He indeed was willing to join forces with Blacklight, as the restraining power of the Blacklight domain was well known. Against whom? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately responded. It's him. The Blacklight Great Saint thought for a moment and glanced at Lin Yuan. The reason for choosing Lin Yuan was due to the Blacklight Great Saint's careful consideration. Lin Yuan's abilities were similar to the Blacklight domain and could also suppress it. This point made the Blacklight Great Saint quite fearful. As for the Dual Origin Great Saint, the Blacklight Great Saint had dealt with him many times and knew his methods well. If he truly had to choose between Lin Yuan and the Dual Origin Great Saint, the Blacklight Great Saint felt Lin Yuan posed a greater threat. Against him, No problem. The wild barbarian great saint grinned and said, he also tended to strike first at Lin Yuan. After all, among the many great saints present, only Lin Yuan's details were unclear. Leaving such an unknown strong person here, the wild barbarian great saint also had some unease. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, the dark palace not far away fully emerged from the depths of space-time. A dense spatial fluctuation began to spread and permeate in all directions. SEA the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Take action. The Black Light Great Saint immediately activated the Black Light domain, an infinite darkness began to spread, and the wild barbarian Great Saint also stepped out, punching toward Lin Yuan across space-time. The dual origin Great Saint initially intended to approach the Dark Palace immediately but realized the actions of the Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint and immediately understood they intended to target Lin Yuan. Strike while he's down. The dual origin Great Saint transformed into a beam of gray and blue light and similarly pierced toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, glancing at several approaching auras behind. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a slight change in thought, Lin Yuan began to activate the divine ability world. The surrounding space-time avenue twisted entirely. At this moment, Lin Yuan's internal universe underwent a transformation. Using the external universe formed by his internal universe, its power surged significantly. But the originally dual-colored dual-origin Great Saint, under the heavy space-time suppression, was directly immobilized, his figure forced to reveal, staring incredulously at the four-way heavens and earth. Such suppression? The Black Light Great Saint's pupils shrank. At the moment of the external universe formation, his black light domain began collapsing, himself also immobilized. I can't sense the outside space-time? The same for the wild barbarian Great Saint. His fist halted abruptly midway, staring blankly at the surrounding space-time. At the center of the universe, Lin Yuan stood there, but in the view of other great saints, Lin Yuan had already transformed into a round of eternal fierce sun, continuously emitting light and heat. Where it shone, all the chaotic evolving powers of those great saints were collapsing. Such a terrifying scene made the Tian Lu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, who planned to seize the opportunity, tremble in their hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157. My name is Galaxy. Requesting monthly tickets at the beginning of the month, the vast expanse of space-time forcibly replaced the Xianhuang universe, enveloping the 9 chaos great saints like insects in amber, enduring immense pressure every moment. The many rules and great paths operating in the Xianhuang universe retreated and avoided, that eternal fierce sun spanning the center of space-time, wherever its sunlight shone, it became a domain. The rules and great paths of this postnatal universe are far more oppressive than the rules and great paths of the outside chaos void. Now the rules and great paths within the universe retreat and avoid, surely the same would happen in the chaos void. The wild barbarian great saint steadied himself, incredulous. Is this the fruition of an unrivaled great saint's thought to control the void? The space-time rules around the standing position are all set by oneself? No. It's merely the great path rules retreating and avoiding. It hasn't reached the level of setting one's own rules. It's not an unrivaled great saint. The wild barbarian great saint swallowed hard. At this moment, the strength Lin Yuan displayed, even if not an unrivaled great saint, far surpassed them. At least the wild barbarian great saint considered himself not a match, not even necessary to confront. How is he so powerful? The dual-origin Great Saint was equally shocked. Previously, outside the Xianhuang universe, he had used a killing move to hold Lin Yuan momentarily, so he was the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. At that time, Lin Yuan indeed put some pressure on the dual-origin Great Saint. But it was only the pressure facing an enemy of the same tier. And now? Is this an enemy of the same tier? If you wish to survive, Lin Yuan stood there, overlooking each chaos great saint, speaking calmly, then swear to immediately exit this universe, not approaching for 1,000 cosmic eras. Except for the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Lin Yuan had no significant grudges with the other Chaos Great Saints. As long as they didn't continue to stay in the Shenhuang universe, Lin Yuan didn't mind letting them go this once. The main issue was the impossibility of eradicating all roots. These Chaos Great Saints had many life-saving measures. Even if they died within this universe, they would resurrect in other hidden places. They might not even need resurrection. Immediately exit this universe? The Black Light Great Saint, with his Black Light domain, could only maintain it within 10,000 miles, looked at Lin Yuan with a grim face. Not just exiting this palace, but directly exiting this universe. With Lin Yuan's current explosive strength, the Black Light Great Saint no longer planned to resist forcefully. If possible, he would take that dark palace and look for treasures in other regions. This universe, since it could nurture a supreme treasure at the level of an unrivaled Great Saint, could produce a second or third one. Even if unable to acquire a treasure at the unrivaled Great Saint level, at least obtaining one at the Chaos Great Saint level would justify the trip. To get close to this universe as quickly as possible, the Black Light Great Saint had already paid a hefty price. Isn't your appetite too large, not being an unrivaled Great Saint, yet wanting to do the deeds of an unrivaled Great Saint? The dual origin Great Saint also stared at Lin Yuan. The space-time formed around Lin Yuan indeed exerted immense pressure, far surpassing the Black Light domain. If it were only the dual origin Great Saint alone, he wouldn't speak this way, because he indeed had no means to resist the surrounding space-time suppression. But now, besides the dual origin Great Saint, there were other 8 Chaos Great Saints, 2 of whom were formidable Great Saints. If the 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, even if unable to defeat Lin Yuan, at least they could contend with him. At worst, even if they lost in the end, the dual origin Great Saint was confident in his escape. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he was not an unrivaled Great Saint. Indeed. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at the Dual Origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, also staring at Lin Yuan. This dark palace can be given to you, but asking us to exit immediately is somewhat excessive. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint had been starkly gouged by the eye of myriad laws, feeling the pain even now, unwilling to give up. Tian Lu Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and other ordinary Great Saints hesitated slightly. Unlike the Dual Origin Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, they truly felt the risk of falling under the suppression of the surrounding spacetime. The 3 formidable Great Saints could say so because they had confidence in saving themselves, but what about the 6 of them? CTH Novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Although falling now doesn't mean total death, the cost of using life-saving means to retrain to peak strength is significant. Only by joining forces can we protect ourselves. The Dual Origin Great Saint immediately transmitted to the 6 Chaos Great Saints. Although the strength of these 6 Chaos Great Saints wasn't equal to them, during a real fight, these 6 could at least divert some of Lin Yuan's attention. Thus, the pressure on the 3 formidable Great Saints would be somewhat alleviated. If we retreat, it's equivalent to giving up on this universe. I can share some intel. The creator of this universe is an unrivaled Great Saint close to invincible in strength, astonishingly strong. The treasures this universe conceals are just beginning. Are you willing to just give up? The Dual Origin Great Saint, to gain the support of the 6 Chaos Great Saints, did not hesitate to disclose what he knew. An unrivaled Great Saint close to invincible? Tian Lu Great Saint's pupils slightly contracted, knowing the significance of an invincible Great Saint. The boundless chaos void allows only one invincible Great Saint per era, and most eras have none. To convince such an unrivaled Great Saint requires absolute superiority in strength, making other unrivaled Great Saints feel hopeless and unconquerable, creating a universally acknowledged invincible Great Saint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158 My name is Galaxy. Requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month. _2 The invincible great saints are extremely rare, and those peerless great saints who are close to becoming invincible great saints are likewise not many, at least their strength needs to surpass others of the same level. Originally, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints thought that the pioneer of this postnatal universe was just a normal peerless great saint, but a peerless great saint close to becoming an invincible great saint? 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and several other Chaos Great Saints had similar changes in their thoughts. A postnatal universe left by a peerless great saint close to an invincible great saint might only appear once in countless cosmic eras. For these newly advanced great saints, encountering such a level of postnatal universe is an unparalleled opportunity that cannot be sought. If they give up this time, they may never have such a chance again. Thinking of this, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints made up their minds. First, the value of this universe is even beyond their expectations. Second, since Dual Origin Great Saint dares to involve them to resist Lin Yuan, there must be some confidence. If there was nothing to rely on, Dual Origin Great Saint wouldn't do this. In just a moment, the eyes of the 6 Chaos Great Saints became firm. They also do not believe that with the combined strength of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they couldn't contend with Lin Yuan. What happened? Each of the Chaos Venerables attracted by spacetime fluctuations, before they could even approach, saw that the distant spacetime seemed to be cut apart, with Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints all trapped inside. Is it that the 9 great saints have begun to slaughter each other? TSK, such spacetime confinement techniques have never been displayed outside before. Indeed, such a spacetime fluctuation must mean a great treasure has emerged, and these great saints are certainly going to battle for it. Many Chaos Venerables watched from afar. With 9 great saints present, they had no thoughts of obtaining the treasure but were curious which great saint would ultimately claim it. It seems that none of you wish to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the 9 Chaos Great Saints with a slight smile and said, "In that case, all of you may stay." But the space-time from all directions began to contract rapidly. The external universe formed by the divine ability world could theoretically expand to trillions of light years. But that is the limit of the external universe. The smaller it gets, the more concentrated its power, and the greater the pressure it puts on the enemy. With such strength, what is your name? Dual Origin Great Saint transformed back into cyan gray light, while the surrounding space-time continued to shatter and reorganize. Immediately, the other 8 Great Saints all looked at Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was extremely domineering, they had to admit that his strength was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have compelled Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and others to join forces against him. Name. Lin Yuan smiled gently, "I am Galaxy." Boom. The vast space-time surged like a tide, and the 9 Chaos Great Saints seemed like lonely boats on an ocean, at risk of capsizing under the continual battering waves. Initially, upon leaving the universe, Lin Yuan needed to be low-key to cultivate steadily, otherwise even the ancient Ming Venerable was enough to threaten him and the human civilization group at that time. But now, Lin Yuan's combat power had nearly reached the invincibility of a Chaos Great Saint, enough to traverse the Chaos Void. At this time, there was naturally no need to be low-key, nor was it necessary to be low-key. Galaxy? Galaxy Great Saint? Dual Origin Great Saint frowned in thought. He had not heard of this name before. This implied 2 possibilities. One was that Lin Yuan had simply made up the name. The second was that Lin Yuan came from an era even more ancient than he imagined. Not only had his techniques not been passed down, even his name had been worn away by the long years. Dual Origin Great Saint leaned more towards the latter. With Lin Yuan's strength, there was no need to lie deliberately. Such a powerful being would disdain lying. While Dual Origin Great Saint was deep in thought, the ubiquitous vast space-time surged onto him. Dual Origin Fusion, Tear. Dual Origin Great Saint treated it as a great enemy and immediately used his strongest technique, the strongest strike after the fusion of his own path. This method exhausts a considerable amount of Dual Origin Great Saint's origin source, and he would not use it unless in an emergency. But to contend with Lin Yuan and to remain in this universe, Dual Origin Great Saint did not hold back at all. Screech. The terrifying space-time fissures kept being torn open, and Dual Origin Great Saint tore through multiple layers of space-time, trying to approach Lin Yuan. Only by getting close to Lin Yuan could he threaten Lin Yuan. But moments later, Dual Origin Great Saint was horrified to find that for every layer of space-time he tore through, 10-fold or 100-fold would be replenished back. This gave Dual Origin Great Saint a sense of powerlessness, like an ant gazing at the sky, the distance to Lin Yuan not far, but the space-time in between spanned unknown billions of light-years. My fusion power path, unable to tear through space-time near him? Dual Origin Great Saint was extremely shocked. To contend with Lin Yuan, he must be able to threaten Lin Yuan, otherwise, how could he talk about contending? How could he talk about making Lin Yuan retreat? Allowing them to stay within the universe? And now? Forget threatening Lin Yuan, Dual Origin Great Saint could not even get close. How could he fight? I fully fuse two power paths. The eruption of power should easily tear through the internal universe of a peak chaos Great Saint, yet it's helpless against this space-time. What's the depth of this technique-concentrated space-time? Dual Origin Great Saint tried several more times and found it was still the same. His heart sank instantly. Black Light Void. Black Light Great Saint's aura suddenly soared. The surrounding black light domain exuding infinite darkness immediately became deeper, attempting to forcefully expand under the space-time pressure. The Black Light Void is a technique used by Black Light Great Saint by burning his origin source, an ultimate sublimation of the black light domain, a capability he would absolutely not use unless in a desperate situation. So the novel, If Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After all, burning origin source can bring great power improvement, but recovery is equally difficult. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. Black Light Great Saint fully operated the black light domain, and after burning his origin source, the power of the black light domain significantly increased, which Black Light Great Saint preferred to call Black Light Void. But just as the vast space-time rolled in from all directions, the Black Light Void, that Black Light Great Saint tried his hardest to expand, was immediately compressed back to its original size, and with the increasing space-time pressure, even the original size could not be maintained, rapidly shrinking. My Black Light Void, Black Light Great Saint was in disbelief. This was his method to deal with Dual Origin Great Saint, but under Lin Yuan's condensed space-time pressure, not to mention resistance, he couldn't even withstand it. Damn! Wild Barbarian Great Saint also tried to attack Lin Yuan, but was immediately confined by the ubiquitous space-time, feeling all his strength had nowhere to be used. Galaxy Great Saint, dare to engage me in close combat. Wild Barbarian Great Saint shouted at Lin Yuan. Close combat was his strongest suit. His path of chaos evolved power also excelled in this area. Originally, Wild Barbarian Great Saint had specially cultivated some secret techniques to deal with Great Saint's adept at domain abilities, but under Lin Yuan's condensed space-time pressure, those secret techniques had no effect at all. Close combat? Lin Yuan glanced at him. You can't even deal with my external universe, and yet you want to engage in close combat with me. The martial Tao evolution road similarly excelled in hand-to-hand combat, but now, being able to rely on the external universe to suppress enemies, Lin Yuan naturally didn't bother with close combat. Condense. Lin Yuan looked at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Immediately the vast space-time surged up, directly suppressing Wild Barbarian Great Saint firmly. This, further away, Tian Lu Great Saint originally also wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move, not asking to threaten Lin Yuan, but at least able to distract his attention. But upon seeing in just an instant Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, the three great saints struggling under the suppression of the surrounding vast space-time, wobbling precariously. Tianlu Great Saint's heart trembled. Sush. Tianlu Great Saint did not advance but retreated, fleeing madly in the opposite direction of Lin Yuan. As for the earlier agreement with Dual Origin Great Saint to join forces against Lin Yuan? Against your mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159, 9 Phoenixes and Shadow Demon, request for beginning of the month guaranteed monthly votes. Outside the battlefield, the Chaos Venerables were intently watching from afar. In the distance, the space-time had completely separated from the Xianhuang universe, forming its own realm, where the 9 Chaos Great Saints were likely engaged in a fierce battle. But as they watched, the numerous Venerables sensed something amiss. Silence. Too silent. Logically, with the power of Chaos Great Saints, a clash would cause reverberations enough to bring down heaven and earth. The battle between the newly advanced 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint unleashed such waves that entire natural universes prematurely collapsed into great destruction, forcing the ancient Ming Venerable to move away preemptively or face severe injuries. Such was the case with the 2 new Great Saints. Not to mention the 9 Great Saints among them, 3 belonging to the mighty Great Saints, where the likes of Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint were undoubtedly the weakest. How could such a terrifying group of powerhouses battle each other so quietly? That piece of isolated space-time didn't stir up even a bit of turmoil? Could it be that the 9 Great Saints haven't made a move? Not making a move? Before a treasured object, won't they act? Indeed, the emerging treasured object is probably at the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, and for such a treasure, even an unparalleled Great Saint would find it hard to resist, let alone Chaos Great Saints? If it weren't for me going up there to die, I'd want to fight for it too. The numerous Chaos Venerables bore odd expressions, for logically, they were sure the 9 Great Saints would inevitably engage in a battle for supremacy. Yet the current scene showed no signs of conflict, causing the Chaos Venerables to harbor deep doubts in their hearts. Let's keep watching. What's the rush? One Chaos Venerable suggested, as they had no thoughts of claiming that treasured object, they would continue to observe. What the numerous Chaos Venerables didn't know was that it wasn't that Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint hadn't made a move, but that their power when they did was completely covered and enveloped by Lin Yuan's outer universe, resulting in no aftermath spreading to the outside. Can't escape. The space-time is sealed. With my strength, I can't tear open the space-time passage to escape to the outside world. Tianlu Great Saint's heart turned cold upon seeing the scene where Dual Origin, Black Light, and Wild Barbarian Great Saints were immediately suppressed by Lin Yuan upon contact. Tianlu Great Saint realized that Dual Origin Great Saint was overly confident, or rather, underestimated Lin Yuan's power. Still resisting? It's uncertain whether one can survive, yet still resist? At this moment, Tianlu Great Saint began to regret, understanding that if he had immediately agreed when Lin Yuan asked them to leave the universe, nothing would have happened. Insisted on joining forces with Dual Origin Great Saint. While Lin Yuan dealt with Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, he also noticed the behavior of the other 6 Chaos Great Saints. In fact, not just Tianlu Great Saint, but 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, upon seeing the 3 mighty Chaos Great Saints so easily suppressed. Their first thought was to flee, and they acted on it, immediately scattering in several directions. But unfortunately, at this moment, the surrounding space-time had entirely succumbed to Lin Yuan's outer universe. Ordinary Chaos Great Saints couldn't escape the constraints of space-time. Suppress. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 Chaos Great Saints fleeing in different directions, his mind focused, and the vast space-time surged forth, suppressing the 6 Chaos Great Saints in place without any resistance. Like insects trapped in amber, They couldn't move. It's over. Tianlu Great Saint's heart sank to the depths. Even though he realized he would be suppressed once he couldn't tear open the space-time passage to the outside, the moment it truly arrived, Tianlu Great Saint still felt heavy-hearted. A dignified Chaos Great Saint, dominating various void domains, even when facing such mighty Great Saints as Dual Origin Great Saint, he never felt much fear, and now he was suppressed so easily. I am not dead. Tianlu Great Saint carefully examined his surroundings. Although he was fully suppressed, he could still achieve basic perception. With the Galaxy Great Saint's strength, having suppressed me, he could easily annihilate me, yet now I am not dead, which implies the Galaxy Great Saint doesn't intend to kill me. Or perhaps I still have room for negotiation. Tianlu Great Saint pondered to himself. If there was a chance, he naturally wouldn't want to relinquish this physical body. Cultivating a new primary battle body would require expending countless resources. The more crucial point is that it would take a lot of time to cultivate. Both resources and time would be needed. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Tianlu Great Saint was unwilling to let go of this physical body. Now I can deal with the three of them. Having dealt with the 6 ordinary Chaos Great Saints, Lin Yuan finally focused on the 3 Great Saints: Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. It must be said, the strength of these 3 great saints was indeed formidable. Even Lin Yuan, to completely suppress them as quickly as possible, utilized most of his techniques. Black Light Great Saint. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan looked towards Black Light Great Saint, surrounded by endless darkness, as the black light domain around this Chaos Great Saint was rapidly being compressed. Tearing the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly lifted his right hand and clawed at Black Light Great Saint. In an instant, 5 trails filled with destructive aura flashed by, landing on the black light domain surrounding Black Light Great Saint. Immediately, the black light domain began to rapidly collapse. After the second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan's foundational strength had significantly improved, and the tearing the sky divine skills, which depended on Lin Yuan's foundation, naturally also escalated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black Light Great Saint's body was pierced through with one grab, the wound constantly exuding a destructive aura, extinguishing all vitality and recovery power. This. Black Light Great Saint widened his eyes, feeling his strength drastically decline due to that grab. Another grab. Lin Yuan continued to unleash the tearing the sky divine skills. Black Light Great Saint's body was penetrated once more, causing the black light domain surrounding him to fully collapse, eventually revealing Black Light Great Saint's form. Without the protection of the black light domain, the Black Light Great Saint was like undefended prey before Lin Yuan, directly suppressed by the immense power of spacetime. Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at another Chaos Great Saint. This Chaos Great Saint, though not as troublesome as the Black Light Great Saint, was still not easy to completely suppress. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's physical body was incredibly strong, even surpassing the former Tuolong Great Saint. He had few means, but his survival ability was extremely high because he simply couldn't die. However, under the constant suppression of Lin Yuan's external universe, coupled with the pure offensive divine skills known as Tier Heaven, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint only lasted for a few dozen breaths before being swiftly suppressed by Lin Yuan, just like the Black Light Great Saint. Dual Origin Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at the last Great Saint. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, the Dual Origin Great Saint was definitely the most difficult to deal with, so Lin Yuan saved him for last. Galaxy Great Sage, I admit you are strong, but to suppress me like the Black Light? Absolutely impossible. The Dual Origin Great Saint showed a trace of madness, his form suddenly boiling in shades of green and gray, unleashing a desperate attack, instantly tearing open a narrow rift on the space-time barriers leading to the outside world. Buzz! In an instant, the Dual Origin Great Saint escaped through this tiny rift. Lin Yuan watched silently. His external universe was indeed terrifying, but the chaos evolutionary power mastered by the dual origin Great Saint was most adept at destroying spacetime. Tearing open the spacetime leading to Lin Yuan was very difficult, but in a desperate situation, tearing a rift to the outside world was possible. Swoosh! The dual origin Great Saint escaped to the outside and immediately shuttled toward the entrance, while his voice transmitted to Lin Yuan through spacetime. Galaxy Great Sage, I admit defeat this time, and will leave this universe immediately, never to approach within 10,000 cosmic eras, I swear. Lin Yuan pondered upon hearing this, and his initial intention to pursue and kill was suppressed. Although the dual origin Great Saint could barely escape, Lin Yuan could also pursue and kill. It was precisely because of this that the dual origin Great Saint immediately succumbed and swore after escaping. Dark Sky Heart. Glancing behind him, Lin Yuan noted that the Dark Sky Palace had already emerged, and chasing the dual origin Great Saint might lead to other changes. Lin Yuan stood silently, flipping his right hand. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints appeared not far away. At this moment, these 8 Chaos Great Saints were completely suppressed, without any power to resist. Galaxy Great Sage. The Black Light Great Saint steadied himself and respectfully asked Lin Yuan, "What price must I pay for you to let me go?" Since Lin Yuan hadn't extinguished him immediately, he must have other plans in mind. "What price are you willing to pay?" Lin Yuan asked the Chaos Great Saints with interest. For Lin Yuan, the most profitable approach was to exchange the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints for more resources and treasures. Directly killing? That would only yield bodily essence, but if it were an exchange? The conditions could be higher. In any case, even if these Chaos Great Saints were killed, they would have survival measures to be resurrected, so using this for an exchange was what Lin Yuan intended to do. 1 billion cosmic stones. The Black Light Great Saint thought for a moment and tentatively offered 10 billion cosmic stones. Lin Yuan shook his head and looked at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. "You too, if you want me to let you go, gather 10 billion cosmic stones and deliver them." "And you?" Lin Yuan looked at Tianlu Great Saint and the other Great Saints, each with 5 billion cosmic stones. 5 billion cosmic stones? Tianlu Great Saint trembled. For a Chaos Great Saint like him, 5 billion cosmic stones was an immense sum. "As for you too," Lin Yuan's gaze fell on 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Galaxy Great Sage. 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately responded to Lin Yuan. At this moment, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were already prepared to be extorted. Unlike other senior Chaos Great Saints, they only had one main battle body. If they lost it, they wouldn't be able to show their face until fully restored, having no ability to protect themselves. So as long as Lin Yuan's price was not excessively high, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were prepared to agree first. "I've heard about your grievances, continually battling since reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm." Lin Yuan looked down at 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon, speaking. "Galaxy Great Sage, Shadow Demon once." 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately began to explain. Lin Yuan nodded and suddenly asked, "But have you considered that because of your battle shockwaves, numerous beings in one prematurely collapsing universe after another were affected?" "The beings within the universe?" 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon were somewhat stunned, not expecting Lin Yuan to ask such a question. "Those ants, dead are dead, what does it matter?" Shadow Demon Great Saint responded. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing, but clearly agreed with Shadow Demon Great Saint's view. "Fair enough." Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't continue speaking. A moment later, Shadow Demon Great Saint tentatively asked, "Galaxy Great Sage, then what price do we need to pay?" Before Shadow Demon Great Saint could finish, Lin Yuan glanced at him, noisy. The next moment, the bodies and souls of Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint began to rapidly disintegrate into dust. Within just a few breaths, the 2 Chaos Great Saints were completely obliterated. Galaxy Great Sage. This, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints trembled upon witnessing this scene. It's nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. These two ants, dead are dead, what does it matter? P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Also, participate in the Black Myth lottery. Currently, there are few monthly tickets, increasing the chances of winning if you participate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160, Overwhelming Might Across Void Domains. Seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month, the blue-gray light tore through time and space, barely escaping from the silent battlefield. The Chaos Venerables observing from afar had not yet reacted when they heard the voice of the dual origin Great Saint rapidly spread through the fluctuations of time and space. The novel fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Galaxy Great Saint, I admit defeat this time. I will leave this universe immediately and swear not to come near for 10 cosmic eras. After the brief encounter with Lin Yuan, the dual origin Great Saint had no further desires regarding this Xianhuang universe. What did it matter if its creator was an almost invincible Great Saint? His dual origin was simply no match for Lin Yuan. In front of Lin Yuan, he hardly managed to escape, let alone ensure his survival. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan dealing with black light and wild barbarian, causing the massive suppressive force of time and space around to disperse, the dual origin Great Saint was uncertain whether his desperate activation of the dual origin fusion power would have allowed him to escape as he did. Is that the dual origin Great Saint? Is the dual origin Great Saint admitting defeat? Who is the Galaxy Great Saint? Nonsense, who else could it be? Among the 10 Great Saints, except for the mysterious last one to appear, the other 9 all have titles. The Galaxy Great Saint is probably that mysterious Great Saint. The Chaos Venerables were instantly in an uproar. According to their speculations, the probability of the dual origin Great Saint emerging victorious among the 10 Great Saints was high. After all, this Great Saint's strength was indeed formidable and was the first to enter the Xianhuang universe. But now, the dual origin Great Saint was the first to escape and admit defeat? Galaxy Great Saint, never heard of it? Probably a Great Saint from incredibly ancient times. To force the dual origin Great Saint to admit defeat and swear not to approach this universe for 10 cosmic eras, the Galaxy Great Saint must have the power to slay the dual origin Great Saint. A Chaos Realm Peak Venerable concluded. If the strength was only slightly superior, the dual origin Great Saint wouldn't have been so panic-stricken and swearing to leave immediately. One must know that the suppressive force of time and space in this postnatal universe is so intense. Its creator must be extraordinary, even if it means abandoning the treasure that has emerged now. As long as the dual origin Great Saint had a bit of confidence, he would explore other regions. Swearing to leave directly implies that the dual origin Great Saint dares not linger too long. A slight pause would come at a cost. If the Galaxy Great Saint's strength is so formidable, why didn't the dual origin Great Saint join forces with the other 8 Great Saints to resist? A Chaos Venerable voiced this doubt. How do you know they didn't join forces? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable who came to a conclusion earlier was shocked. Maybe the 9 Great Saints already tried to join forces, but were still suppressed by the Galaxy Great Saint, and only the dual origin Great Saint barely escaped. The previous silence on the battlefield puzzled him. With 10 Great Saints inside, how could there be no sign of any movement? Now seeing the dual origin Great Saint's hasty escape, this Peak Venerable arrived at a deeper conclusion, which was that the Galaxy Great Saint's strength was overwhelming enough to crush the combined efforts of 9 Great Saints. Because of this, the aftermath of the battle could be easily suppressed, resulting in the outside world seeing an unusually quiet battlefield. The Galaxy Great Saint? Could it be an absolute Great Saint? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable was secretly amazed, as 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, with 3 of them being powerful saints like dual origin. Yet, they were swept away by the Galaxy Great Saint, leaving this peak venerable to speculate whether the galaxy great saint might be an absolute great saint. Outside the Xianhuang universe, the blue-gray light stopped, forming the figure of the dual-origin great saint. This galaxy great saint, the dual-origin great saint's expression was filled with fear, and at the same time, seeing Lin Yuan not pursuing, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, that treasure held back the galaxy great saint, otherwise, my escape would not have been so easy. The dual-origin great saint thought inwardly. From his brief encounter, he determined that Lin Yuan's method of distorting time and space was equally suited for pursuing enemies. That warped time and space could be compressed to a few hundred light-years to maximize suppression, or instantly expand to millions of light-years to hinder enemy escape. If Lin Yuan really pursued him, the dual-origin great saint had no confidence in escaping with his life. Not a match, I am simply no match. Chaos great saint can be so strong? The dual-origin great saint steadied himself, starting a review in his heart. In terms of time-space suppression, the galaxy great saint far exceeded black light great saint's black light distortion. Under the cover of that warped space-time, even powerful beings like the dual-origin great saint found it extremely difficult. Moreover, the galaxy great saint's attacking abilities were terrifying. Just one grasp caused the black light great saint's black light domain to collapse directly. The wild barbarian great saint's formidable physique also weakened rapidly. With the suppression of twisted time-space and nearly the extreme attack methods of a chaos great saint, Lin Yuan can easily sweep through strong beings at the level of chaos great saints. These two capabilities complement each other, resulting in combat power far more than simply 1 + 1 = 2. In the view of the dual-origin great saint, Lin Yuan has almost no weaknesses. Perhaps Lin Yuan is not yet an absolute great saint, nor a match for one. But for chaos great saints like them, Lin Yuan's oppressive power is indistinguishable from that of an absolute great saint. Chaos great saints, due to the different paths they take, excel in different areas, yet Lin Yuan is nearly perfect. The only thing the dual-origin great saint is unclear about is Lin Yuan's defense. Because under the suppression of twisted time-space, the dual-origin great saint couldn't even get close to Lin Yuan, and all attacks were blocked and dissipated by the vast time-space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161. Overwhelming might across void domains, seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month, _2". Although the losses were heavy, at least we retreated with our lives. Dual-origin great saint sighed. With his understanding of causality, he naturally sensed that the causal lines of great saints like wild barbarian great saint and black light great saint still existed within the Xianhuang universe. This means that these great saints' main battle bodies in the Xianhuang universe have not yet died. In such an extreme suppression of space-time, the life and death of the suppressed chaos great saints were at Lin Yuan's whim. Their survival indicated that Lin Yuan did not intend to kill them. Why did he not plan to kill them? Naturally, it was to gain more benefits. The main battle bodies of each chaos great saint were formed at considerable cost. So the novel, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If possible, no chaos great saint would want to abandon their main battle body. Lin Yuan's decision not to kill Black Light, Wild Barbarian, and the others could only mean that negotiations were taking place. I suppose Black Light and Wild Barbarian are being extorted by the Galaxy Great Saint. For some reason, Dual Origin Great Saint felt quite relieved. He had made considerable sacrifices to rush to the vicinity of the Xianhuang universe using the altar spirit. Now, having withdrawn from the Xianhuang universe with nothing to show for it, this journey was a complete loss. But compared to Black Light Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint felt somewhat lucky. At least while being extorted by the altar spirit, he didn't have to be extorted by Galaxy Great Saint as well. Outside the universe, watching as the newly appointed Great Saints, Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, had their bodies and souls rapidly obliterated, the other nearby Chaos Great Saints couldn't help but shiver. What did Galaxy Great Saint mean by this? Rest assured, as long as you gather enough Chaos Stones to bring over, you can leave alive. Lin Yuan glanced over the many Great Saints and spoke. He directly obliterated Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, not even giving them a chance to negotiate. This was primarily due to personal grudges with these two Great Saints. The premature destruction of his home universe was a result of the collateral damage from these two Chaos Great Saints battles. If Lin Yuan's strength had progressed a bit slower, and he hadn't reached the 12th layer before the cosmic cataclysm, he might have perished along with the universe. Without reaching the 12th layer, the essence imprint of his life would continue to be bound within the river of time. During the cosmic cataclysm, the river of time would gradually collapse and dry up, eradicating all life essence imprints within it. No matter the strength of Lin Yuan's life essence, as long as it remained within the river of time, it would be destroyed in the collapse, per the rules of the Chaos Void. At that time, if Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only transfer his life's essence imprint to the inner universe of the 9 paramount beings of human civilization. However, with the premature arrival of the cosmic cataclysm, the hope for the paramount beings of human civilization to endure the cataclysm would inevitably diminish, and if the inner universe of the paramount being that housed Lin Yuan's essence imprint collapsed, he would still die. Normally, with a premature cosmic cataclysm, countless civilians of human civilization would undoubtedly perish heavily, and so would the paramount beings. Although all this changed because of Lin Yuan, allowing the human civilization group to smoothly survive the cosmic cataclysm, Lin Yuan had already marked these two great saints in his heart back then. Without the power previously, there was nothing Lin Yuan could do about the two great saints, so he had to endure. Now with these two great saints in his hands, Lin Yuan naturally seized the opportunity for revenge. Of course, there was another reason for Lin Yuan's action against Nine Phoenix and Shadow Demon. These newly appointed great saints had very limited resources they could offer. To reach the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, Chaos Venerable had already exhausted numerous resources they had accumulated, and the two great saints had been continuously fighting since their breakthroughs, leaving no time to accumulate resources and Chaos Stones. The Chaos Great Saints that I once could only admire from afar have now become not so mighty. Lin Yuan thought with some emotion. At the same time, he looked around at the other Chaos Great Saints and smiled, saying, "They'll give you time to consider, but it won't be long." Based on the strength of each Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan set a price, such as 10 billion Chaos Stones for the powerful ones like Black Light and Wild Barbarian. Weaker Chaos Great Saints faced 5 billion or 3 billion Chaos Stones. By Lin Yuan's estimation, these costs were close to the acceptable limits for each Chaos Great Saint. Any more, and the Chaos Great Saints would prefer to abandon their main battle body rather than agree to the cost. The difficulty of cultivating a main battle body simply boiled down to the cost involved. If the cost became too high, exceeding the time and effort needed to cultivate a new body, the Chaos Great Saints would choose to cultivate a new main battle body. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Wild Barbarian Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint exchanged a glance. With the involvement of 10 billion Chaos Stones, even if they wanted to gather them, it would take time. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Ever since discovering that the mysterious Great Saint who appeared last bore a remarkable resemblance to Galaxy, Ancient Ming Venerable began paying close attention to intelligence from within the Xianhuang universe. 10 Great Saints fought over a priceless treasure, and the mysterious Great Saint swept through the 9 others single-handedly, with only dual-origin Great Saint escaping and immediately swearing to leave the postnatal universe. And finally, dual-origin Great Saint swore, referring to that mysterious Great Saint as Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint? Galaxy? Ancient Ming Venerable was somewhat stupefied. If previously he had only suspected, without any concrete evidence, that the mysterious Great Saint was Galaxy, after all, he was not present to confirm this through personal observation. The images he received only felt familiar and similar. But now, ancient Ming Venerable was almost certain that the mysterious great saint was indeed Galaxy. How could there be such a coincidence, with both resemblance and the same name? Galaxy? Ancient Ming Venerable was overwhelmingly shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan was destined to stand atop the chaos void one day, it all happened so quickly. How long has it been? Fortunately, I have already established a good relationship with Galaxy Great Saint, and even without a positive bond, at least I wouldn't provoke resentment. Ancient Ming Venerable displayed a smile. When facing such formidable power, it's better to have no blame than no merit. Wasn't it because of my reminder? The young man in the black robe was also reviewing the intelligence about Galaxy Great Saint and couldn't resist claiming credit. Yes, your reminder was indeed timely back then. Ancient Ming Venerable acknowledged. This was true, for if not for the young man in the black robe, he wouldn't have noticed Lin Yuan back then at all. Not noticing meant he wouldn't pay special attention, and if this ancestor had an unpleasant encounter on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, wouldn't ancient Ming have to take the fall? The battle within the Xianhuang universe, spread by observing Chaos Venerables, swept through the void domain like a hurricane, and the fame of Galaxy Great Saint resounded thoroughly throughout the Chaos Void. Initially, some Chaos Venerables and even Great Saints did not believe it, but as time passed, and as Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints did not actively deny it, many Venerable Saints and Great Saints immediately realized that the news might be true. Otherwise, why wouldn't Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint step forward? Xianhuang Universe. Lin Yuan stood there silently, as his external universe operated. Immense power of space-time continuously pressed towards the nearby Dark Sky Palace. Dark forces permeated around the Dark Sky Palace, capable of threatening the Chaos Great Saints. Even a strong entity like Dual Origin Great Saint would have to give their all to resist such power. Retrieving the Dark Sky Heart from the palace would take quite some time. But for Lin Yuan now, while not effortlessly, it was nearly so. Rumble. The power of the external universe swept forth, and the dark powers surrounding the Dark Sky Palace began to visibly obliterate and dissipate. After more than 10 breaths, the dark power surrounding the Dark Sky Palace was completely dispelled, leaving the Black Palace exposed before Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan raised his right hand, reaching towards the Dark Sky Palace. When he drew it back, a crystal stone, exuding a profound dark aura and resembling a beating heart, appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1162, No Help Available. Request for beginning of the month guaranteed monthly votes, a hidden void secret realm. The fiery flames imbued with the power of resurrection burned, coalescing into the figure of the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. Why did the Galaxy Great Saint only target me and the Shadow Demon? The 9 Phoenix Great Saint's thoughts could not settle. As a wonder of life born from the Chaos Void, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint naturally possessed 2 avatars. The one wandering outside was his main combat body. As for the one hidden in this void secret realm, it was the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's other avatar. In addition, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint had laid out life-saving measures in many corners of the Chaos Void, so even if both avatars fell, he could resurrect using these measures. Is it because the battles between me and the Shadow Demon led to the premature cataclysm of cosmoses? The 9 Phoenix Great Saint mused to himself. Losing his main combat body was indeed a significant loss for him, but not unacceptable. When engaging in furious battle with the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was already prepared to lose his main combat body. Now that the main combat body had fallen, but so had the main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint, this wasn't the worst outcome for the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. In fact, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was quite satisfied with this result. Managing to take down a main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint was a considerable success. The path of chaos power that the 9 Phoenix Great Saint developed focused on survival, normally only able to restrain the Shadow Demon Great Saint, making mutual destruction very difficult. What the 9 Phoenix Great Saint wanted to understand now was why the Galaxy Great Saint treated her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint differently compared to other Chaos Great Saints. Never mind, Galaxy Great Saint harbors murderous intent towards me and the Shadow Demon. Under such circumstances, if I continue to fight with the Shadow Demon, it may very likely attract the Galaxy Great Saint. A hint of madness appeared in the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's eyes. Her causal connection with the Shadow Demon Great Saint was deep, allowing her to sense the approximate location of the other's avatar via their causal link. There. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint looked in one direction, using causal sensing to determine the source of the Shadow Demon Great Saint's cause, which was in that location. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint's figure disappeared, heading directly towards the area where the Shadow Demon Great Saint was located. Does the Galaxy Great Saint sympathize with the beings of the cosmos affected and therefore targets us? The Shadow Demon Great Saint's true form had an unsightly expression, deducing this conclusion from Lin Yuan's last words. He found it more and more incredible. Such a powerful entity was actually this merciful? At that moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint's expression changed, sharply raising his head to look in a certain direction. The causal sensing between him and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was mutual. Just as she could sense him, the Shadow Demon Great Saint could naturally sense her as well. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint clearly noticed that the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's true form was approaching him at the fastest speed possible. Madwoman, 9 Phoenix, you lunatic. The Shadow Demon Great Saint felt a chill on his scalp. Normally, losing his main combat avatar, one should hide and recultivate it. Yet to deploy the last avatar without hesitation like the 9 Phoenix was simply incredible. Is this 9 Phoenix trying to draw the attention of the Galaxy Great Saint and intends to perish together with me? The Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately understood the 9 Phoenix Great Saint's intent. Even if deploying her last avatar, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint could still do nothing to the Shadow Demon. But as the two continued to fight, when the Galaxy Great Saint emerged from the Shenhuang universe, he would surely notice them first. Given the Galaxy Great Saint's evident disdain for them earlier, he might just pursue them easily. S.E.A. the Novel Fire. N.E*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint could do nothing to him, but the Galaxy Great Saint could. However, in this case, the Shadow Demon Great Saint would die, and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint couldn't escape either. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint was acting with a mindset of mutual destruction to drag him down. Go! The Shadow Demon Great Saint didn't hesitate to traverse through space to a farther distance. Now he dared not entangle himself with the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. Ahead of a vast secret realm in a distant void domain. A tall figure formed, precisely the incarnation of the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. As the Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared in this place, he looked at the secret realm from afar. The owner of this secret realm was a Chaos Great Saint, with strength surpassing that of the Wild Barbarian by a margin. So, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint's avatar entered the secret realm. Shi Guang brother. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw a three-eyed man. This three-eyed man was known as the Stone Light Saint, who had, hundreds of cosmic eras ago, rampaged across many void domains. His combat power was exceedingly strong, reaching the pinnacle of Chaos Great Saint. However, in the last 100 cosmic eras, the Stone Light Saint had hardly taken action, always in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough to the 13th level. Wild Barbarian, you've come. The Stone Light Saint glanced at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint and spoke. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint nodded. Outside, he was uninhibited, but in front of the Stone Light Saint, he was quite well behaved. Stone Light Brother's strength is increasingly unfathomable. In my opinion, there is a great hope for breaking through to the 13th level. I hope you remember me when you become a life of time. The wild barbarian great saint immediately flattered him. 13th level? The stone light saint's face showed a bit of a smile. No chaos great saint would dislike hearing such words, and the supreme great saint was no exception. Let's get straight to the point. Stone light saint looked at the wild barbarian great saint. Stone light brother should know about my recent ordeal. Wild barbarian great saint immediately said, a postnatal universe emerged, and I rushed there with the power of the eye of myriad laws. However, I was suppressed inside by an ancient great saint named Galaxy. Yes, I heard about it. Stone light saint nodded. That Galaxy great saint demands I hand over 10 billion chaos stones to release my main battle avatar. Stone light brother, you know I'm always broke. Where can I get 10 billion chaos stones? Wild barbarian great saint sighed. Indeed. Stone light saint nodded. Wild barbarian great saint looked at Stone light saint. Was he just going to nod? Stone light brother, I came to you to ask if you could mediate with the Galaxy great saint. With your strength, Galaxy great saint would surely give you face. Wild barbarian great saint said, I don't demand to pay nothing, but 10 billion chaos stones are too much. At least Galaxy great saint could reduce it to 5 billion, and am willing to offer another billion as your reward. You want me to negotiate with Galaxy great saint? Stone light saint looked at wild barbarian great saint. What if I get suppressed by Galaxy great saint too? You get suppressed too? Wild barbarian great saint was slightly stunned. With your strength, Stone light brother, it shouldn't be possible, right? Wild barbarian, think again? Stone light saint smiled. Galaxy great saint managed to suppress 8 great saints including you, almost holding double source as well. I can't match up to that. Stone light saint looked self-mockingly at wild barbarian great saint. Wild barbarian, I can't help you with this. Stone light brother. Wild barbarian great saint became anxious. I can increase it to 2 billion chaos stones. No, 3 billion. I said I can't help. Stone light saint waved his hand, and this avatar of wild barbarian great saint was instantly moved outside the secret realm. Rumble. The entrance to the secret realm was rapidly closing. Stone light saint. Wild barbarian great saint frowned. Having no other option, he could only seek help from the next chaos great saint. Blacklight, you want me to help you? In a special, mysterious location, surrounded by a misty haze, a man with a blurry face sat upon a throne, looking down at the incarnation of Black Light Great Saint below. Yes. Back in the day when we ventured together, I once saved you, and you said you owed me a favor. Black Light Great Saint looked at the man sitting on the throne. This Chaos Great Saint's power was already infinitely close to a Supreme Great Saint. If not for his unsuitable Chaos Power evolution path, he would already be a Supreme Great Saint. Yes, I owe you a favor. The man sitting on the throne nodded, but not for this matter. Not possible? Black Light Great Saint looked at him. Why don't you ask a Supreme Great Saint to step in? The man seated on the throne spoke. Ask a Supreme Great Saint? Black Light Great Saint shook his head. That would cost more than just paying 10 billion Chaos Stones directly. The cost of asking a Supreme Great Saint to intervene would surely exceed 10 billion Chaos Stones. Black Light Great Saint wasn't foolish and naturally wouldn't engage in such a losing trade. Change the request. The man on the throne looked down at Black Light Great Saint. Choose another matter. What else can I exchange for now? Black Light Great Saint frowned. My avatar is in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint. It's still possible to exchange. The man sitting on the throne spoke. For instance, letting me lend you a few billion Chaos Stones. After speaking, the man added, but it's just a loan, you'll have to repay it. Black Light Great Saint fell into silence. Xianhuang Universe. Lin Yuan examined the Dark Sky Heart in his hand. The Dark Sky Heart is a treasure of the Supreme Great Saint level. Once thoroughly refined, it can form the Dark Sky Domain. The power of the Dark Sky Domain far surpasses the Black Light Domain of Black Light Great Saint, even a common Chaos Great Saint who obtains the Dark Sky Heart. can instantly become a peak great saint. If a supreme great saint refines the dark sky heart, they can form a dark sky world, whose power won't be much weaker than Lin Yuan's external universe. One must know, Lin Yuan's external universe originates from his internal universe, and the internal universe, after absorbing and merging the source of the fierce sun, has been refined into the second layer of infinite void, already comparable to the internal universe of a supreme great saint. The dark sky world condensed by the dark sky heart acts as a supplement for those supreme great saints who lack domain suppression methods. However, compared to Lin Yuan's internal universe, the upper limit of the dark sky world is fixed at its formation power, and Lin Yuan's internal universe still has a lot of room for improvement. Now in this Xianhuang universe, there are only some chaos venerables left. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly as he dispatched a large number of avatars to different regions of the universe. Since all Chaos Great Saints were dealt with, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of the many treasures in the Xianhuang universe. At the very least, all the treasures recorded on that beast skin map must be obtained. Hundreds of avatars went to collect treasures scattered throughout the universe. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's true form headed directly to the deepest part of the Xianhuang universe, towards that tomb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.